priesthood who received their inspirations directly from higher divine beings, from superhuman beings. It could even be left to these priests to categorize the people. It would have been impossible in any culture other than one led by priest rulers to divide people justifiably into castes. Thus, we find a caste system actually only in the real priest cultures in ancient India and in ancient Egypt, where initiated priests were at the top, who did not follow comic impulses.
Some of you guys kind of did. I know it too. But some of you guys really didn't.
Impersonally, comma-free. And
some of you guys are kind of giddy about it.
To them to undertake the serious business
of
dividing people into castes, which in Egypt and India was originally fully justified.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
If you look at these castes,
I kind of do.
You find the whole plan for the development of the fifth root race incorporated in them. This plan is that the guidance, the leadership of the fifth root race has gradually moved from a priestly caste of mind to a worldly.
There he is, crying over the love of his life.
To the king. A worldly king who was not a priest would still have been an absolute impossibility in the early stages of the fifth root race. In the Atlantean period, when people did not yet receive their impulses from the thinking intellect, but from other forces, and even still at the beginning of the fifth root race, the guidance of humankind had to be kept away from any worldly powers and left to those who received divine inspiration. Thus you find in Indian and Egyptian civilization a pure rule by priests. The priest is the regent, the source of everything. The priest belongs to the highest caste. Warriors, who have a purely earthly occupation, belong to the second caste. Then it goes down to those who farm the land. It was intended that these castes would gradually become independent. In what develops in the flow of time, we never have what is really externally present in space. Please note this. If a spatial relationship is to become temporal, this happens in a ratio of 4 to 7, in such a way that the fourness expands into a sevenness. The four castes, juxtaposed in space, come to temporal expression during the course of the fifth root race, so that we see 7 sub-races gradually developing to independence. The ratio of 4 to 7 is based on a very particular law. Today I will just say about this that the 7 sub-races develop in such a way that in the first sub-race we essentially have exclusive rule by priests. In the second root race we have rulership by priest kings and magi. Zarathustra, the true magus, is the advisor of the priest king. During the third root race, rulership can be transferred to worldly kings, who still follow the advice of priests. Only during the fourth root race do we have worldly kings, who are no longer in relationship with priestly power. The first worldly kings appear initially among the Greeks, and Greek dominion becomes more established through worldly kings. The expansion of Greek civilization is depicted outwardly, in legendary form, in the story of the Trojan War. This legend of the Trojan War is no less than the mythical depiction of an esoteric truth, namely the blossoming of the fourth root race and the supersession of the final phase of priestly rule by purely worldly rule. This is indicated right at the beginning of the legend of Troy in an exceptionally subtle way. You know that in esotericism, matter is everywhere portrayed by the symbol of water. Water is the esoteric symbol for matter. I need only point to a theological example. In the Nicene Creed, where it says, quote, suffered under Pontius Pilate, close quote, it should actually say, quote, suffered in Pontos Pilatos, close quote, which means, quote, in compressed water, close quote. The Son of God descended to suffer in the matter present on the physical plane. In the Christian credo, Pontos was Latinized into Pontius and Pilatos into Pilatus. When Thales says everything has arisen from water, what he means by this in truth is all-encompassing physical matter. We are dealing here with water as physical material. Physical material will be the yardstick for those who assume the guidance of humanity, the worldly kings. Previously, there had only been kings who had a connection with the divine. Peleus is the king who is to rule on the physical plane, drawing his power from the physical plane itself. In the mysteries, this was depicted for the people in a myth by telling them that Peleus married the sea goddess Thetis. What we have here is the marriage of the guidance of humanity with the material of the physical plane. Thetis is the goddess of water, of the sea, and the offspring of this marriage is Achilles. Achilles is the first initiate of this kind. He is therefore invulnerable, except on his heel. All the initiates of the fourth subrace are still vulnerable somewhere. Only at the end of the fifth subrace will there be initiates so far advanced that they are no longer vulnerable. Achilles is dipped in the Styx. This means he has died in everything of an earthly nature and is caught up into a higher plane.
Like, no fucking way, right? I just don't believe that, almost. That my heart chakra
We
is
have
that
an
big.
important phase here in humanity's development. In the middle of the fourth subrace, spiritual life descends, and we have initiates
I know
in
his
the
is,
physical plane for the
but it's
first
shaped
time.
differently. Mine's like
And
big,
now something very special occurs.
black.
The previous world leaders had been kama-free. They were without lower desires.
I look at the night sky, I'm like, there I
They
am, right
had
there.
had to cast off everything of a comic nature through the various levels of their previous initiations, up to the point of spiritual initiation.
That's
As
George
long as
right
there
here.
had been priests in the ancient sense of the word,
That's Big George. We see
it
the
had been
yellow, yeah, that's Big
impossible for
George.
anything of a
I
comic
know too.
nature to influence the
The
rulership
green
of
one,
the
that's
world.
precious.
But kama brings about separation.
Like a
Kama
green, blue,
makes it
almost.
possible for people to turn against one another. There had been battles and conflicts before this
And the purple
too,
orange one?
but
Yeah, that's
people
Garfield.
had not yet progressed to the point of being able to contrast good and evil. We can't measure strife and war among the people of that time by
That's what I
our present
perceive.
yardstick.
We might perceive something differently,
We
but
must
that's what I
measure it with
perceive.
the same gauge as for the animal world. One couldn't say something was good or evil any more than we can say that
Oh, yeah, like the
lion
big
or
vine thing, I
tiger
saw
is
that
good
too.
or evil.
Big old rainbow
Real
serpent coming out of me. Yeah,
First began when Manas united with Kama, and man was directed by Kama. And this led to people fighting against one another consciously. This is indicated in the myth by the fact that at the wedding of Peleus and the sun goddess Thetis, all the gods were present, but one goddess is
My
absent.
crown chakra.
Eris is missing, the goddess of strife, because humanity was still at a stage before Kama united with Manas, which
Just
gave
dropped
rise
it
to a
so here.
separation, by which people contrasted themselves with others.
All right,
But
one of the other
then
ones.
Eris appears. She throws an apple among the guests, on which is written, quote, "to the fairest one," close quote, in order to sow discord.
Was this one, technically?
This then led to the first war in the fifth race,
Probably Taran.
the responsibility for which lay entirely in
Yeah,
human
I think
hands.
so.
Only after this point is
I
it
think
possible
I
to
think
speak
so,
of
too.
people raging consciously
Mine's
against one another.
Right. Almost just as big.
Everything else in the myth is an elaboration of what began here. The apple of Eris was to go to the most beautiful of the goddesses. The three goddesses,
believe
Hera,
I don't
Pallas
believe
Athena, and Aphrodite,
I
argue
suppose
over
true.
the apple. These three goddesses signify different levels of soul life on
Is
the
that what
higher
he believes? Like,
spiritual
no,
planes.
no, I don't believe any of this shit. I just know
But
it's
things
true.
are no longer to be decided on the spiritual plane, but the physical plane. Paris is therefore called upon to make his judgment from the physical plane. Here is the crux of the matter, where the essential point becomes tangible. What results must ensue when decisions are
Which
made
is
from
good.
the physical
Which way
plane.
more complicated on that side?
When Manas first appeared on the
No way, I
physical
can't even
plane,
see
it
right now.
mingled with Kama.
I know it is. I know it
To be
is. I
sure,
just can't see
people
it.
were comic before this, but this did not have the significance of good and evil. But now Manas united with Kama. The people thus became conscious of their deeds.
That obscure.
Manas entered into what is man's lower nature. He had attained his comic evolution already on Old Moon. The coarsest comic elements fell away from the earth with the withdrawal of the moon, and now accompany the earth as its moon satellite. In esotericism, the moon is the leitmotif, the marker for our lower nature, for that which pulls us down, for where we could end up if we ourselves incline to our lower nature. The ominous aspect of the union of manas and kama during the fourth subrace is that man, who has to make decisions, connects himself with the kamic element, with the moon principle, with Selene.
I just like to fuck with the tobacco and like
the name Helena comes from Selene. In the association of Paris with Helena, we have the marriage in the fourth subrace of manas with kama, symbolically expressed. Man on the physical plane has grabbed the moon principle to himself. You can find this everywhere in esotericism, where moon is spoken of. The result of this whole liaison being created directly on the physical plane in a conscious way between the manas principle and the kama principle is war. The Trojan War is also a symbol of this fact. It really did take place. The most important events of the Trojan War
turns of the hawk's wings.
But they also have a symbolic significance.
Ages of stone rings,
the myth
I
of the Trojan
know.
War has a mystical content, but the events also took place externally on the physical plane. Now, there is something else I would ask you to understand. When the fifth root race has reached its end and the sixth root race is on its ascent, an influence will have been developed in the area of the conscious intellect, which at the moment, during the fifth subrace, is still very much in the background, but is nevertheless already in development. It is something that emanates from the musical element. The significance of music will come to expression more and more in the fifth subrace. Music will not just be an art form, but will be a means of expression for things quite different from what is purely artistic. There is something here that points to the influence of a very particular principle on the physical plane. The most significant impulses from the initiates of the fifth root race will be given in the area of music, or something similar to music. What has to flow into the fifth root race, and particularly in the field of conscious intellectual life, is what we call kundalini.
But they missed that one. That was obvious.
This is a force that is still slumbering in man, but which will become increasingly significant. Today it has a great influence, great significance in what is perceived through the sense of hearing. In the further course of development, in the sixth subrace of the fifth root race,
got scars. I know it. I can feel
this
it right
kundalini
here.
fire will gain great influence over what lives in the human heart.
It's not a city.
The human heart will really have this kundalini fire in it.
And I know it too.
Man will then be permeated by a particular power that will live in his heart. So that in the sixth root race, he will no longer distinguish between his own well-being and the well-being of the whole.
Who else
Man
would have one of those?
Permeated by
I know of
light,
people around here have it.
that he will have the
I just won't
principle
tell
of love
until they ask me
as his
themselves.
innermost nature. In the seventh subrace, the majority of humanity will truly be in chaos, for the root race will then be approaching.
Mostly men, actually.
But a small portion of
too.
people in the seventh root race will be the true sons of Kundalini fire.
No.
They will be permeated by all the forces of Kundalini fire.
Yes. No, he doesn't.
They will provide the substance for the next root race, for those who will direct the further evolution of humanity. Thus, the fifth root race steers its course to the heights where divine fire, Kundalini fire, ignites with pathos, the divine principle in people's inner nature, so that one person will no longer be separated from the other.
Sometimes it goes
rather, as far as the thinking intellect extends, a sense of brotherhood is brought about.
A lot of people have.
This fire will live in people one day. And already in those who are initiated in the course of the fifth root race, there is living a hint of this divine fire, in which exists the power of brotherhood, and which will supersede the separation between people. But it still has to work its way through. It's only in its beginnings. It is still concealed, veiled by people's divisive passions, by the separating powers of kama.
Stomach, next to my solar plexus.
And on isolated occasions where it appears as the herald of a coming time, it takes on another form, a completely different character.
Probably my brain.
On the plane of deception, divine fire is divine wrath. Only once brotherhood has suffused the whole of humankind will it be divine love. But it is divine wrath, for as long as it appears as the fervor in a single individual. And it is a powerful force in the individual, precisely because the rest of humanity is not yet sufficiently mature. This is also expressed by the poet. Homer is called the blind poet because he sees inwardly. In his work,
Homer, the blind poet, because he sees inwardly.
Quote, "Sing, goddess, the
Very
anger
blind
of
to myself.
Peleus' son, Achilles." Close quote. This is the divine wrath that Homer speaks about right at the beginning of the Iliad. The title Iliad is a depiction of Kundalini fire expressed on the physical plane. In the quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles, anger flares up as divine wrath. The legend of the Trojan War portrays how the old priest-king state is superseded by the rule of worldly kings. Troy is a state in which the king is under the influence of the old priesthood.
I kind of know it is.
This is superseded by the principle of worldly cleverness. It is a beautiful depiction of how worldly cleverness is victorious. Odysseus, the one of crafty stratagems, is victorious.
I'm using technology they should
He
not
is
have
the
for
initiate
reasons
of
that
the
are really
sub-race
fucking gross.
who received
and
his
nefarious.
initiation through his wanderings. The spirituality of the old priesthood is superseded by intellectuality. This is also expressed
That's how
in
they
the
get away
image of Laocoon being caught in the coils of
And
serpents.
is it public? Not even.
The
That's
serpents,
mostly private
the
companies,
symbol of
turns
worldly
out.
cleverness, ensnare Laocoon,
With
the
military
representative
contracts,
of ancient
all
spirituality.
medical, aerospace, few
When
other
you
ones,
look at all this,
technology.
you see that the
Mostly
legend of Troy preserves no less than
business,
the world's
too,
historic
of course.
situation. Such events were presented
Financial,
in the
you know what I mean?
mysteries. In the older mysteries, preceding the Eleusinian mysteries, precisely this important moment of the ascent of the fourth subrace of the fifth root race was depicted. Among other things, the Trojan War, which really took place, was depicted in the mysteries before it occurred.
That's everyone. Boom.
For
Boom.
anyone unfamiliar with
Boom.
theosophy, this is of course preposterous.
Boom.
But there is a principle in
Also
the
that one?
mysteries that presents the future alongside the past.
That too.
And because future events are anticipated, so must they also be kept secret. The mysteries did not exist to satisfy people's curiosity, and only those individuals
Why
who
did you tell me to
participate
study
in them
Oh, and
were
this
called
thing,
upon
right?
to collaborate in working on the future in a transformative way. There they could gather the impulses for their task. This is the meaning of the mysteries.
I'm supposed to work with some kill switch.
So if someone were to reveal a mystery, this would mean telling people openly what was going to happen in the future. Doing this would inevitably
poison
cause
resistance
confusion
is
among your
fucking
fellow human beings. Only advanced individuals receive the impulses for this. They have the task of slowly bringing people to where they one day need to be. Only a few advanced individuals who are ahead of their fellows by perhaps 500 years are in a position to bear these secrets and to act in accordance with the mysteries.
Which proves to me that most medications
Just
are actually
suppose
poison.
others were to hear of this.
There's a difference.
They would want to bring things about immediately for which people are not yet sufficiently mature. Every mystery becomes common property one day
Whatever your medication
under
you take is.
substantially changed circumstances. Everything will be revealed at a specific time. The secret nature of these things lies in the fact that initially only a few individuals have the task of preparing the future. They must become the leaders in order to guide the others. There are secrets today that can only be revealed in the sixth root race, when completely different conditions of brotherliness, which cannot yet be realized, will be prevalent. Those who knew something about these things were naturally extremely anxious that, due to carelessness, something of the mysteries might be
Is it
revealed.
as big as we think? No.
In earlier times,
But it's bigger than we
revealing
know?
the mysteries
Absolutely.
carried the highest penalty. In olden days, this was the
Conspiracy
death
theories.
penalty. It was
I
not the
wasn't
priests
conspiracy
who carried
theories
out the
before
death
this started happening.
sentence, but
When it
people
started
on the
happening,
outside
got magic
who
powers
had
first.
some knowledge but were not
First.
initiated.
Okay.
Fear of the
And
mysteries
then built the
being
web closing
revealed
in.
led
Like,
to
okay.
the tragic end of many great
I knew it.
individuals.
No, I fucking knew it.
Socrates, too, was the victim of such a
Like,
judgment,
they want to fucking kill me, huh?
although unjustifiably. That is the end of Lecture 10 and the end of the first
They
part
suppress my
of the
powers
book.
big time, and I don't really work up to them, so I'm
The
less
Tribe Volume
valuable in the black market.
Spiritual Science. You are listening
The more
to
ghosts they can hear.
audio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.com.
Just as powerful as me in many ways.
Consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America
Less I
and
have to do.
rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner to
Why do
English,
you focus on
and
one
have given
thing?
me permission
mostly
to do these recordings. Please
protecting
consider patronizing
My
as well.
person.
This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 92 by Rudolf Steiner.
Which I didn't do well enough when I was focusing on building up. So I lost
I just
my
finished the
person.
first section, which was Greek and Germanic mythology. of the book, The Occult Truths of Myths and Legends. And I'm now going to start the second section.
Stick, I will not make again.
And Richard Wagner in the Light of Spiritual Science. And this will be lecture 11. In the book, it's lecture 1.
So now my other person is not even allowed more than like 5 feet away from me.
On the 20th
At any time.
of March 1905. Myths are stories told to people by great initiates,
I love you, Garfield.
within which great
You like that here,
truths
don't
are
you?
hidden. The Trojan
Can't really
War,
afford
for
to keep it on all
example,
the time, though.
depicts the battle between the third and fourth subraces
Doesn't matter,
of the fifth root race.
Not if I get great
The
north.
third is
My dad's gonna
represented
make it
by
difficult, but
Leopold,
hopefully I can get around it.
the priest of the ancient priest state, who was also the king, and the fourth by Odysseus, personified cunning, the power of thought coming into development in this epoch. In the north, too, we find development led by such initiates. In Wales, there was an assembly of initiates of the pagan era, of priests,
Pretty
the
smart,
highest blossoming of which was King Arthur and his Round Table. Alongside this was the union of the Holy Grail and its knights who labored to proclaim Christianity. Art, political
Boiling your
development,
bugs,
everything is connected with the
reconsidering
great initiates of these
So you don't
two
get as
groupings.
sick,
The expression of pagan and
especially when your
Christian
immune system's
civilization.
suppressed like mine has.
The influence of the Grail community became increasingly prominent around the turn
try
of
that
the
again,
13th century. The period of town foundations was a particular
Working.
turning point in European civilization, when the old peasant culture based on landholding was succeeded by a bourgeois urban culture. This marked a decisive change in the whole way of life and thinking. It is therefore not without significance that at the time of the Zengerkrieg, minstrel contest at Wartburg Castle, we see a legend emerging, the legend of Lohengrin. What was it this medieval legend wished to portray? Today we have no idea what the medieval folk soul was like. It was particularly sensitive to spiritual currents moving under the surface of things.
Kind of gross.
Today we see the Lohengrin
And
legend
you
as
never get sick again.
representing a strong
Not
Catholic
much.
viewpoint.
So when you take sickness from
But
people,
although there may
all of
be
a sudden your
things
dad's back in the
here
morning
that
we
today
should be.
disturb us, we need to consider that at that time the legend could only have an effect if it was clothed in a garment that really moved souls of that period. The clothing had to give the legend a fervent piety, so that it had something
No,
that
I'm
was
happy about
living
it.
in the people.
No, it doesn't
So
mean that. My
what
dad's
did the
better in the
legend
morning.
signify? An
I
initiation.
love my dad,
The
even though
initiation of a
he
cello
doesn't love me.
to an
Straight
arhat,
up, does not love me.
of a pupil to a master. Readers aside, arhat is spelled A-R-H-A-T, and the readers aside. A cella of this kind first became a homeless one.
In our opinion. And Taran's
This
a little
means he
different.
carries
You
out
can
his
see it
duties
sometimes.
like anyone else,
The
but
way he
must
feels
make
about
the
it
effort
is
to
not
see
that.
beyond himself and to develop his higher I, capital. So, what are the attributes of each stage of initiation for a cella? Firstly, overcoming the personal element, the liberation of the God in his inner being. Secondly, freedom from any
A
doubt.
lot of people end up feeling about their kids when they don't become who they wanted them to become, how they wanted them to do it.
He carries out his duties like anyone else, but must make the effort to see beyond himself and to develop his
Garfield,
higher
you know what
I.
route you take.
So, what are
All
the
along from
attributes of each stage of initiation for a cella? Firstly, overcoming the personal element, the liberation of the God in
Please
his
don't
inner
take the
being.
route away from me.
Secondly, freedom from any doubt.
You're like one in
All skepticism ceases. The
18.
things of the
You know what I
Spirit stand before his soul as realities. Freedom from any kind of superstition. He is able to test everything
Yep,
for himself and so can no longer fall prey to deception. At a still higher stage, he is given the key of knowledge. It is said of him that he receives speech. He becomes a messenger of the supersensory world. The depths of the spiritual world are revealed to him. That is the second stage of cellaship.
Not one in something questionable.
The third stage is where, just
Not
as
one
he
and maybe
says
lucky.
I to himself,
One in
the
infinity.
individual is now able to say
Then you're
I
grown up.
to all beings of the world,
But not really until you're like
where
22
he is
to
lifted
30.
to the all-encompassing aspect of the all.
Now, kids actually hit their adolescence
Used by mysticism.
earlier. And they
For a
stayed
cella,
in adolescence
this
much
third
later
stage
than you did
is Swan. He
today.
becomes a mediator between the arhat, the teacher, and the people. Thus, the swan knight is a depiction
Period.
for us of a messenger of the Great White Lodge.
Thanks for confirming it,
Thus,
Mr. Refrigerator.
Is a messenger of the Grand
5Q4.
Civilization was to be given a new impulse, a new aspect. You know that in mysticism, the soul or consciousness is portrayed.
The refrigerator starts cycling as soon as I said that. So
here too,
you know what I
the
mean?
consciousness
Science.
of the new bourgeois culture is portrayed as a feminine quality. The appearance of this new culture is seen as a
bourgeois culture. I like that word.
To a higher level. The medieval soul is depicted in Elsa von Brabant and Lohengrin, the Great Initiative.
Bourgeois fucking assholes.
Swan in the third grade of childhood.
I don't say that very much because he seems like a communist, but almost sometimes.
It may not be questioned,
but very Christian.
It is a profanation and misunderstanding to question an initiate about what has to remain secret. Thus, the upward shift into new states of consciousness always
no, because it will destroy the world.
Of great
I like what you guys do. Often, yeah.
As an example
of
how these initiates operate, I should like to recall Jakob Böhme. You know that Jakob Böhme proclaimed profound truths. He relates that
that's cool shit.
He was left
I
alone
appreciate
one
that.
day in his master's shop. An unknown man came in and wanted a pair of shoes.
Look what it's doing to the world.
The boy wasn't allowed to sell anything while his master was absent. The unknown man.
No, it's people getting alienated from their labor.
Left the shop.
Not getting paid what it's worth.
After a while,
that's what I care about.
Out to him and said, quote,
when I say basically like a communist, that's what I mean.
Now you are still small.
I'm not like a fucking
a completely different person whom the world will be astounded.
Stalinist. You know what I mean?
What does this mean? What we have here is
not even really Marxist-Leninist. I believe people should not be alienated from their labor. They should get paid what they're fucking worth.
Understand what has happened.
My dad should make double what he makes.
A moment like this is also depicted in the Lohengrin legend.
So should you.
Legends of this nature hold important.
It turns out I should make some money too. I didn't even know it.
By one who can see things in the greater context. The Lohengrin legend, as already mentioned, appears.
They made money off me, and I know it now.
The Sänger Krieg. Richard Wagner used it for his Lohengrin work. We see from this how high Richard Wagner's inner calling was. Richard Wagner deals with another very ancient legendary theme in his title Ring of the Nibelungs. It deals with an ancient Germanic legend concerning the fate.
Trust me, I don't get much money from the government. Almost none. Compared to some people.
Atlantean flood spread over Europe and Asia and ushered in the post-Atlantean epoch.
Oh yeah, I mean, check it out. They did spend $80,000 1 year from a medication.
Seer god, just as all the Nordic gods.
But that medication should not have cost $80,000 fucking dollars.
So Woden too is an initiate from the Atlantean period. We can distinguish.
And they made more money off me than that.
Wagner's work on the Siegfried.
And I know it.
On the first level, we find a contemplation of modern culture. For Wagner, people today
it's my blood.
The day laborers.
It's my blood. And because of my fucking blood.
A great difference between people in modern
times
and in medieval times. Today, the work people do is mostly machine work, whereas in medieval culture, all work was an expression of the human soul. Houses, villages, towns, everything in them was fashioned with meaning. People took pleasure in them. What are our warehouses, our shops, our towns for us today? What relationship do they have to our soul?
It's like, Dad, I heard they made money off me too. And I'm mad about it too. I want my portion. Where's Garfield's portion?
The whole streetscape, the market,
it's like Garfield believes.
Of the town with its cathedral,
I'm not going to disacknowledge what he's telling me.
And to which everything was in kind, was an expression of the soul.
I love you so much. Are we going to the park a little more? I wanted to, but it's kind of a day of rest today.
What he wanted to achieve in his art was to portray something.
A little bit.
That, at least in one area, showed the human being completely.
Then, tomorrow's Dad's birthday.
In contrast to the day laborers of industry.
Maybe we'll do something tomorrow. Maybe, hopefully.
To portray in his Siegfried.
My friend's supposed to come up. I don't know if he will now. We'll see. I'll call him again.
This is something our great minds have always felt. Goethe felt it.
Donald go to his parents' house, 528.
Felt it.
Maybe tonight.
Expressed it like this.
Or too late. Craftsmen gets pot.
But no human being.
Honestly.
Thinkers, but no human being. Priests, but no human being. Masters and servants, the young and the staid.
Sorry about my honesty sometimes, guys.
No turning back was possible externally. Our whole development could not be reversed.
I'm talking to people here, talking to people there.
Temple of art to arise,
and then I mean for it to get around. I do.
Totality would lift people above their ordinary lives. Modern times especially needed such a place of upliftment, precisely because modern life was so fragmented. This was the first idea that occupied Wagner.
You understand a little more, maybe, if you've been here for years and years and years. Watch my dad bully me and blaming me.
Went down into deeper layers of his feeling. In the early medieval period, an old
we're not getting out of his hair when you were sick as fuck. The whole time.
Balloons.
Not just from drugs, guys. Typically soap, actually.
Folk soul lived in a legend of this nature. Only by making a real study of the folk
sober as you are, you pillheads,
is it possible to get an idea of what lived in people's hearts at that time. Such legends were the expression of deeply inward and great truth.
Never stole for drugs. Hardly ever.
For example, the legend of Charlemagne.
A couple times when I was really young.
What is reported about the emperor is not historical in the modern
sense of the word. It's a real thing.
People looked deeper into the old circumstances. Here, the Frankish kings became the ancient ancestors of the later post.
My dad, one time.
The Vibelungs were priest kings who did not
was wrapped in something really bad.
Their realm, but also gave it certain new spiritual characteristics.
A really terrible disease called heroin.
Legends were a memory of a great period now past.
No, a really terrible disease called heroin.
In this respect, Charlemagne.
That's the only time I've ever stolen for it.
In Rome was seen as something of great importance.
And that was over 5 years ago.
In very ancient times, the Vibelungs had been initiate priest kings. A memory of this continued in the German Kaiser legends. Wagner was led to these. A particular figure seemed to epitomize for him the contrast.
I'll get to that later.
Times of material property.
How letting people go through pain
and a medieval period, which still
is not healing at all.
That spiritual culture. This was the Barbarossa legend, which he worked on. In Barbarossa too.
No, it's basically telling him to die.
Legend tells of his crusade.
Did he just give up?
From the initiates there, he was to bring back the higher wisdom, the knowledge of the Holy Grail. The myth of the 12th and 13th centuries has it that he was held by a spell inside his castle.
You feel bad? Feel bad, man?
His ravens bring him news of what is happening in the world. Ravens are an ancient symbol of the mysteries. In the mystery terminology of Persia, they signify the lowest level of initiates. They are the messengers of the higher initiates.
I know he does it.
What was this initiate meant to bring? Wagner wished to depict the supersession of the old period by the new with its relationships of property. What had been alive earlier had withdrawn like Barbarossa. The intervention by initiates crystallized for him in Barbarossa. This idea still shines through in the Nibelungs. At first understood externally and now on a deeper basis, it becomes the expression of the profound.
If you didn't see my family jumping me in the backyard a few times,
which has portrayed the rise of a new
without me swinging back, then you should have a fucking opinion on my relationship with my fucking family.
Understanding of the old Germanic mythological gods, Wagner looks for an even deeper grasp of this idea, and instead of Barbarossa, he finally chooses the figure of Woden. This Germanic mythology depicts the end of Atlantean civilization, the rise of the fifth root race. Because
I could have beat all their fucking ass at the same time, and I know it.
This, at the same time, is the development of the intellect. The development of human intellect, of self-consciousness.
Sorry, guys.
Did not yet exist in the Atlanteans.
I've built myself up a little bit, but I know it's true. So I'm holding back on him. I'm like, dude, trust me, Dad. I know what I could fucking do to you.
In the Proto-Semites, did the first elements of a combining intellect take shape?
And that's a hard one.
In the fifth root race.
When they're hitting you.
And here an ego consciousness begins to arise. And Atlantis
calling you fucking evil.
To himself with the same
you know that one, right? Yeah. But am I hitting you? I come in your house,
culture was brought over after the
telling everybody you stole from me when you've been stolen from
Europeans are
by him more than I've stolen from him.
So a contrast is now created between the general mental spiritual culture.
I mean, monetarily even.
Initiates who work behind the scenes and inspire the external intellect. The dwarves.
No fucking way, right? Yeah, that's what I heard.
Terrors of ego consciousness. Wagner places Woden, the old Atlantean initiate, and Alberich, the bearer of ego.
I mean, not really.
From the Nibelung
right, not really.
Dwarves,
but as far as like actual stealing goes, yeah.
In opposition to one another.
Where'd all my stuff go?
In mysticism, gold is highly significant and meaningful. Gold.
Thrown away, a lot of it.
Light that flows outward becomes wisdom.
Stuff that was fucking sacred to me. He just threw the fuck away like a fucking asshole.
River Rhine. Water is always the soul element, the astral. The ego, the gold, the wisdom of the I, capital, is born out of the soul element. The river Rhine is the soul of the new era in which the intellect, ego conscious, arises.
And they tried taking George from me too, and Garfield too.
Seizes it from the Rhine maidens, the feminine element, who represents the original state of
that make me talk more. I'm trying to listen to this book.
This situation
I hate that
was
shit.
living deep in Wagner's soul. The emergence
Not that much
of
of a victim,
consciousness in this
but I have kind of been.
Is powerfully felt, powerfully portrayed.
Ways that were invisible to you.
At the beginning of Title Das Rheingold, in the chords in E flat major. Musically, this also lives and moves through Wagner's Rheingold. Wagner had literary works before him that had their origins in the ancient myths. Something was living in these legends, which, full of life and energy, permeated the soul with spiritual rhythm. What we ourselves live and are becomes awake. It sounds in these ancient legends and penetrates our being.
We'll get there.
The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, these podcasts can be heard.
How you doing, Friedrich?
RudolfSteiner.pod.
Pretty good.
Please consider becoming a patron.
Mustache Man.
Houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 92 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Occult Truths of Myths and Legends.
No, not really. I mean, everyone kind of was back then.
On Richard Wagner. This is
but really, it was his sister.
Translated by
it was really bad.
Paul King, and these are listener notes of 16 lectures given in 1904.
Corrupted his work.
Lecture 12
post-mortem.
5th of May, 1905. We shall see in these lectures how the figures in Wagner's dramatic operas rise up to the gods and then descend again to the people in order to depict in humanity its liberation.
Because what I'm being honest, there's been almost no one closer to the Ubermensch
right at the beginning
than certain American black men and women. Honestly,
of the fifth race of the post-Atlantean age, the birth of the ego, of self-consciousness.
And that's the hill I'll die on too.
Of the astral
racists. See, I'm not like that. Not really. I hate identity politics, but it's true.
If we wish to understand the mood that pervades Richard Wagner, we need to enter into the Norse myths. Without being aware of all the details, Wagner, nevertheless, expressed the power and symbolism of what is living in
identity politics. I mean, they're real.
If we allow everything
it's a real issue.
Clustered around the
can't deny that.
To work on us,
but to keep it real,
they have something tragic.
Keep us paying attention to that and not the things that matter even more, like class.
What is this essential feature that led to such a wonderful work of art as Wagner's The Ring of the Nibelungs? Let's picture what the Earth was like at the time of the original Nordic race. You would find a tropical climate, one that in no way plays second fiddle to the tropical climates of today. Humanoid apes,
guess what? Turns out, very racist still.
Lived in this region.
All the rich people in the world, pretty much,
nature was very different from what
are Chinese or white Americans.
This was gradually succeeded by the Ice Age. And we find our ancestors there with their primitive culture.
East Asian.
Our Germanic culture emerged
or European
from the conditions
descent
after this Ice Age.
Mostly European, but yeah, East Asian too now.
Schools in the north as well.
Good for them.
There were Druid mysteries, and very profound Druid mysteries more to the west.
Oh, or Middle Eastern. Don't we start on those fucking people.
Odin. Remnants of these old Druid mysteries were preserved primarily in the hands with a Celtic population.
Promote all that fucking war over there.
There were traces of it in England up to the
from
time
their palaces.
of Queen Elizabeth I. Then they ceased. The old Druid mysteries tell of a Chela, Sig or Sigga, who at a particular age surrendered his individuality and became able to take into himself a higher individuality.
When they work with the enemy the whole fucking time, and everyone kind of knows it.
That is described in all the mysteries. At the baptism by John, Jesus also offers his body to a higher individuality. Everything connected with Sig recalls the mystery that a Chela can give up his individuality for a higher being. Odin entered into Sig in order to prepare what was to take place in the future. Every mystery pupil was taught that the rule of the Norse gods would be succeeded by Christianity.
Some of them are even straight up fake Muslims.
All Odin's work is a preparation.
Who believe that blood is more important than God.
In the wanderings of the Atlanteans toward the Gobi Desert, various tribes were left behind here in the north. While the age of the fourth subrace unfolded in the south, something was also happening in the north. Here too there were 4 phases of development, the last of which was the twilight of the gods itself.
Yeah, I hate that shit, and so does the prophet, guys.
Myths we hear
all of
course these 4 preparatory epochs took. During this period, Odin was initiated 4 times to higher levels. In his first initiation,
I wouldn't say Muslim more than a Christian. I just don't think that there's a difference.
For 9 days on the cross, on the wood of the
when it comes to
ash.
When it comes to God.
Then Mimir comes to him and teaches him the runes. Here too, hanging on the cross signifies a redemption. In the second initiation, he gains a drink of the.
Guess what? I'm sick of this shit too. I always like to shut up as well.
In a cave. He has to turn himself into a snake in order to get into the subterranean cave. He stays there for 3 days in order to drink of the mead.
Not what I'm trying to learn. Right? Turn the book off. Guess what? I'll set him quiet.
To the third subrace, he
wonder why.
has to sacrifice his own eye, EYE. This is the eye of wisdom of the legends, recalling the one-eyed Cyclops who signify the people of the Lemurian race. This eye receded in us long ago. A hint of it is still visible in newborn babies. This is the eye of the clairvoyant. Why did Odin have to sacrifice it? In every root race, there is a short repetition of previous development. Thus, in the third subrace, clairvoyance had to be sacrificed once again, so that what lit up first in Odin, namely rational wisdom, the hallmark of the European way of viewing things, could emerge. Odin's 4th initiation is connected with Siegfried, the scion of the gods, the scion of Odin. Human initiates now take the place of a god for the first time. Siegfried is initiated. He must awaken Brunhild, his higher consciousness. He must purify himself of his passions by walking through flames, through fire. In this way, he undergoes purification, catharsis. He had previously slain the dragon, overcome his lower sensuality. Through this, he has gained invulnerability. Only between his shoulder blades is there still a spot where he can be wounded. The vulnerability of this spot points symbolically to the fact that this 4th subrace is still lacking something that only Christianity can bring. One had to come who was invulnerable where Siegfried was vulnerable, namely Christ, who bore the cross between his shoulders at the place where Siegfried could be killed. Another onslaught, a storming in of Atlanteans, was to founder against Christianity. The tribes led by Atli, Attila, or Etzel, were of Atlantean descent. These Mongolian peoples retreat in the face of the Christianity they meet in the form of Pope Leo I. The old culture is succeeded by Christianity. In earlier times, evolution was depicted in myths and symbolic pictures. This is also the case with the Baldur myth. We have to recognize a Nordic initiate in the figure of Baldur. All the conditions of initiation are fulfilled here. The enigma of Baldur conceals a profound truth. The unique place of Loki in Norse mythology can only be understood through this enigma. You know that Baldur's mother, who was afraid for Baldur because of bad dreams she had had, gets all beings to swear not to harm Baldur. Only one unprepossessing plant, the mistletoe, is forgotten, and it is from this mistletoe, which had not sworn the oath, that Loki fashions an arrow. He gives the arrow to the blind god Hodur, while the gods are playing at throwing things at Baldur whom nothing would hurt. Hodur throws the arrow at Baldur and kills him. You know that the evolution of the earth was preceded by another one, the Old Moon period. The substance of Old Moon was similar to living matter. A few of the moon plants remained at that level and intrude in a disturbing way into the subsequent world. They are unable to grow in mineral soil. They can only grow parasitically on other living things. Mistletoe is a moon growth. Loki is a divinity of the moon. He originates, at any rate, from the moon period. He was perfect during the moon period. Now he represents what is imperfect, what is evil. Now we can also understand why Loki, in Wagner's operas, has a double nature, being simultaneously both male and female. As you know, unisexuality coincides with the separation of the moon from the rest of the planet. The new creation is presided over by the sun god Baldur. There is now a confrontation between the old and the new creations, between the moon realm and the sun realm, a clash in which Baldur, the representative of sun culture, falls victim. Blind Hodur represents the blind necessity of nature living in the mineral kingdom. He had to take on guilt in order to make a certain progressive element possible. In the mysteries, Baldur had to be brought back to life after being killed by Loki through Hodur. These are feelings that imbue us when we follow the creations of Richard Wagner. Let's look at a scene in the title Rheingold. The Rhine maidens are guarding the treasure of gold. The dwarf Alberich is burning with sensual desire for them. Then a passion for the gold awakens in him, and he forsakes love, because anyone who wants to possess the gold and power must abjure love. So he forges the ring. What is connected with this ring? Possession, egotism. As long as a person is not separated off, they want nothing for themselves. Egotism begins when the human being is encircled by the ring of sensuality. Alberich has to forsake love. He, the representative of self-consciousness, surrounds himself with what
might
is
as well,
physical.
if they can kill me
The physical
in the
body
morning,
is
you know what I
built
mean?
according to the same laws that rule in nature, from which the Rhine maiden's
Maybe.
gold is obtained.
Might as well.
Egotism, separate existence, is bound to the gold. Gold here is wisdom gained through perception, Anschauung, not creative wisdom.
Yeah, horribly.
In order to gain creative wisdom, the human being must first make himself receptive to it. Let's go back in time to when the human being had not yet divided into
Like
two
wake up
sexes.
maybe without Garfield next
At
to
that
me.
stage, he was not yet able to think, to create self-awareness for himself through thinking. Everything he created was created through love. The human being had to purchase his higher mentality at the cost of half his productive power by becoming unisexual. Where did all this come from? It all came from beings who were creative previously. The earth had to pass through a transition into a different condition so that man could receive this solid corporeality. Odin belonged to earlier times, to the times of surging fire mists, where the purest fire forces still reigned on earth when the Spirit of God moved upon the waters. That is where Odin was at home originally. Now Odin had to transform his house into a solid fortress. The earth had to solidify. Valhalla, the home of the gods, was built by the giants. These are the people of the Lemurian race, the Lemurian giants, who still lack a higher mental level. The giants, humanity wresting itself out of its bodily nature, demand Freya for this. Once again, a figure. She symbolizes consciousness, the consciousness needed to preserve oneself, to rejuvenate oneself. And now it is Loki, who out of the fiery element is able to build something that is right for our lower nature. Loki relieves Odin from having to sacrifice Freya. Loki brings it about that Freya can remain with the gods. What must the human being attain? The ring. That which is our bodily nature, structured according to certain laws. Passion, which is necessary for our sensual nature, must be given up for the sake of a higher love. Before the highest development can begin, the soul too must be built up. The giants relinquish Freya, relinquish love. Love remains with the gods. The giants content themselves with the ring, the element of gold, which comes with a curse. Love returns only through Christianity. Norse mythology has a tragic character. We see that Odin is sorry to pass on his rulership to one born of the human race. He wishes to retain his governance and tries to win back the ring. Then he meets Erda. Erda is the spirit of the earth, the consciousness of all humankind as long as it evolves on earth. Her daughters, the Norns, know the higher consciousness of the earth. They represent the primal knowledge of the earth concerning its past, present, and future. They unravel individual knowledge. Above individual knowledge is a consciousness that has the character of eternity. Odin hands over the ring to the giants. The giants begin to fight amongst themselves. Separate existence leads to conflict, and thus an ominous motif enters in. This ominous motif expresses the transition of humanity, which had previously lived more in community, to a new humanity, to separate existence, to war against one another. Odin realizes his position toward humanity, particularly his relationship to the fifth root race. A rainbow leads from Valhalla to the earth. The rainbow has a particular meaning in occult wisdom. You know the rainbow that appears after the flood. Now we find this symbol repeated in the Norse myths. It symbolizes the transition from the Atlantean to the post-Atlantean era. In those Atlantean times, the air was much thicker and water much thinner than they are today. The form of precipitation we have today, rain, didn't exist. A rainbow wasn't possible at that time. The land where the Norse peoples emerged is not unjustifiably called the, in quotes, realm of mists, Nibelheim, Niflheim. It is from this realm of mists that the water masses formed that deluged the continent of Atlantis. Only at the end of the Atlantean period, after the flood, did the rainbow appear. Occult research tells us what this means. In the biblical rainbow of the flood and in the rainbow bridge of Norse mythology, we meet something that depicts the connection between man and the gods. When Odin is conquered by Siegfried, it signifies that man now takes the place of the ancient gods. The task of the fifth root race is prepared for, which involves allowing the leaders of humankind and the masters to emerge from humanity itself. The earlier leaders of humanity came down from higher worlds. Now it would be a master who had gone through all the stages of humanity's evolution, only more quickly than other people, and as a more advanced individual leads humanity. We will speak again about Siegfried and hear more about this development next time. You will see that in order to portray what moved humanity most deeply, Wagner used the power of the Norse myths. It is here that we find the immensely uplifting and penetrating quality of the Wagnerian operas. The end of Lecture 12. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 92 by Rudolf Steiner, the Listener's Notes of 16 Lectures, entitled The Occult Truths of Myths and Legends, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 13, given in Berlin on the 12th of May, 1905. In the preceding lectures, we saw how Wagner, the great artist, turns to mythology in order to depict the great interrelationships in the world. The whole content of the Norse worldview up to the time of Christianity is contained in the Siegfried legend. This Nordic worldview has a tragic strain. It ends in the twilight of the gods. What does this tragic strain mean? I mentioned that there were also mystery centers in the north. Norse mythology ends with the twilight of the gods, and what this meant was explained in these centers to the pupils. In those mysteries, a portion was revealed of what was still concealed and would come to pass only in future times. The priests of the Nordic world had to make known that the old world of the gods would decline, and out of the fire in which the Norse world would perish, a new world would rise up to a purified love through Christ. The old had to die. Hence the tragic quality toward the end. This is what shines through in Wagner's work in such a wonderful way, this preparatory mood in the Norse legends, which dies away in the twilight of the gods. This Norse worldview has 4 phases. Humanity passes through 4 stages before the coming of Christ. Today we live in the 5th subrace of the 5th root race, which was preceded by others, by the Sanskrit civilization, then the Persian Median, and the Chaldean, Babylonian, Egyptian civilization. The Greco-Roman cultural epoch was the 4th. And now in the north we have the Teutonic Germanic peoples. Christianity pierces right into this with a new quality. At this stage, everything will change and the old will die out. This is beautifully depicted in the story of Winfrid Bonifaci, who cuts down the sacred oak. In the old mysteries, oak means the same as druid. Thus the cutting of the oak means the destruction of the old Nordic religion. This victory over the druid rites was prophesied by the Nordic mysteries. While the 4 subraces were developing in the south, the northern peoples had their own development. There too we have 4 phases. Development goes through 4 stages, the last of which is the twilight of the gods. It is curious how the whole previous development of humanity is repeated in these 4 phases. Humanity has been through various conditions. Norse mythology is a kind of memory of the whole history of the earth. It lives in this mythology as a way of seeing things, as a mythical content. And these 4 stages of development are alive in Wagner's dramas, because he derived them from these myths. Wagner was completely right to compose a tetralogy. These 4 parts, along with the preliminary evening, depict the evolution of humanity. Christianity will be the 5th stage. What is the basic motif in the title of Rheingold? And what is the basic motif of our present root race? If we go back to the Polarian root race, we find human beings who did not yet have self-consciousness and who were not yet split into 2 sexes. It was the same with the Hyperboreans. Only in the 3rd root race, in the Lemurian period, did man become unisexual. And only in the Atlantean period, in his 5th subrace, was the I, capital, born. That is when man said I to himself for the first time. In the myth, this I consciousness is depicted as a dwarf, as Alberich. It was felt to be something rising up from Niflheim. Atlantis was Niflheim, and it could justifiably be called the land of mists, Nibelheim. Our Earth atmosphere had not yet been cleared of its water vapors. There was as yet no precipitation in the form of rain. The human I was born out of this Niflheim with its seething waters and hanging mists. Wagner expresses this magnificently in the orchestra's E-flat major chord. The basic motif of our present humanity resounds out of Niflheim. Let us be clear what was happening on the earth at that time. Man came to the earth as a soul being. His body was born out of the ether earth. At that stage, man is still neither man nor woman, still knows nothing of possessions or property, nothing of power. The soul is symbolized as water. Property, which is also power, is still guarded by the surging powers of the astral world, the Rhine maidens. But something is in slow preparation which emerges in the Atlantean period, the I, egotism. But this original soul being contains something that man must now forego. Love that does not yet seek an external being but rests in itself. Alberich has to renounce this love that rests in itself. He can do this through the ring that binds everything of a human quality. As long as hermaphroditism was maintained, man did not need the ring. Only when he renounced soul love, hermaphroditism, did the ring have externally to join what was separated. Man now had to attain love in the union with another separate being. The ring is the symbol of the merging of separate individuals, the union of both sexes in the physical. When Albrecht seizes the ring, he has to renounce love. Now comes the time when the human being can no longer create singly. Previously, body, soul, and spirit had been one. Now the Godhead creates the body from outside. The sexes are antagonistic toward one another. They are depicted by the two giants Fafnir and Fasold. The human body has become unisexual. In the old religions, the human body is portrayed as a temple. The Godhead works creatively on it from without. Since he has become an I, man has to create the inner temple, our soul, himself. Love is still contained in the creative Godhead. It still works creatively on the outer temple. In the myth, this is where Wotan takes the ring from the giants, but Erda appears and dissuades him from doing so. Erda is humanity's collective clairvoyant consciousness. The god should not keep the ring, which holds together what must dissolve in order to reunite at a higher level later on, when the sexes have neutralized one another once more. Thus, through the prophetic clairvoyant power of the earth consciousness, Wotan is prevented from getting the ring into his power. The ring stays with the giants. From now on, there is only one sex in each person. Giants signify physical corporeality. Only now do the giants build Valhalla. In a fight over the ring, Fasold is killed by Fafnir. This is the dichotomy between the masculine and the feminine. One of the sexes is killed in every individual. A man kills the woman in himself, a woman kills the man in herself. But now, higher consciousness must first be born out of the encompassing earthly consciousness. This happens through the union of Wotan with Erda, the issue of which is Brunhilde. There is still something in Brunhilde of the divine all-wisdom of cosmic consciousness. But initially this consciousness withdraws. By contrast, Wotan begets Siegmund and Sieglinde with an earthly woman. This is the hermaphroditism of the soul, the masculine and feminine soul. Neither can live on without the other. The feminine soul, Sieglinde, falls prey to Hunding. The soul has to yield to the physical brain. Now Siegmund's wanderings begin, the soul enclosed in the body. The soul is not strong enough to approach the divine, which is lost. The gods cannot protect Siegmund. His sword shatters on Wotan's spear. Wotan has to resign his rulership to the human self operating completely in the sensory element, to Hagen, the son of Alberic, to the principle of the lower self. All the powers swear an oath against the alliance of the masculine soul element with the feminine element. Wotan himself must stand by Fricka. Fricka represents the masculine feminine soul at a higher level. She urges Wotan to dissolve the connection between the masculine and feminine soul at the earthly level. In life, the masculine and feminine stay joined, but on earth, blood sensuality is involved. This is profoundly indicated in a trait of incest. This is a prohibited element that plays into the situation, and if it remains dominant, Siegmund and Sieglinde, the physical aspect, must perish. Sieglinde is supposed to be destroyed by Brunhilde, all-encompassing consciousness. But Brunhilde supports her and gives her the horse Rana, which carries human beings through events on earth. Brunhilde retreats into exile. A ring of fire surrounds her rock. Now clairvoyant consciousness is encircled by a fire that man, if he wishes to reach the all-encompassing consciousness once more, must pass through to be purified. But Sieglinde, the soul feminine aspect, gives birth to Siegfried, human consciousness, which is meant to ascend again to the heights. He grows up in seclusion with Mima. He must overcome the dragon, his lower nature, in order to obtain power. He also overcomes Mima. Who is Mima? Mima is able to do a thing that makes you invisible, the helmet of invisibility, German Tarnkappe, something of a power that is not visible to ordinary people. The helmet of invisibility is the symbol of a magician, of both a white or a black magician, who walks visibly among us but is invisible as a magician. Mima is the magician who, using dark earthly forces, can bestow the Tarnkappe. He wants to turn Siegfried into a black magician, but Siegfried resists this. Siegfried kills the dragon, tastes a drop of its blood, symbol of the passions, and is thereby able to understand the language of the birds, of the sensory earthly element. He can take the path of the higher initiate. He is shown the way to Brunhilde, to all consciousness. Up to now, we have three phases of northern development. First the dwarf, then the giants, and now man. The Valkyries signify the second phase, and only in titled Siegfried do we have the birth of man himself. Enclosed in his bodily nature, he must find the way back to pure wisdom. The fourth part, titled The Twilight of the Gods, indicates that in the northern world man was not yet mature, that he had not yet reached a complete initiation. Siegfried is still vulnerable on a single spot, on the place where Christ carried the cross. Siegfried was not yet able to take on the cross. This is a profound expression for the fact that the northern peoples were still lacking something, that this Christianity was still a necessity for them. Siegfried is not able to unite with Brunhilde. He is the human soul, born of an earthly woman, of the union of Siegmund and Sieglinde. Brunhilde is what has remained virginal, higher consciousness. In the last phase, higher knowledge must be attained. Because man has not yet attained the capacity to unite with virginal wisdom, he carries the aspiration for higher knowledge as a longing. This lack of capacity has to be overcome, and his earthly lust to unite with Brunhilde leads to an exchange of goods. She gives the horse, he the ring. Until man is able to unite with his higher self, the ring, external coercion, retains its power. Man submerses himself in lower consciousness. He is afflicted with blindness. Siegfried forgets Brunhilde. He comes together with Gudrun, lower consciousness. He will even woo Brunhilde on Gunther's behalf, who is unworthy of her. This means that in the last phase, before the coming of Christianity, man succumbs once more to the impure path, to dark forces. The wrongful alliance between Brunhilde and Gunther is the cause of Siegfried's downfall. He is forced to find death through the lower forces in whose power he has entangled himself. The last phase draws near. The three Norns appear once more. It is the phase where all-encompassing consciousness is lost.
The more you pull against the knot, the tighter it gets, and the harder it is for your dad to untie it.
The wise say nothing more.
You understand that, right? We're getting there.
Down to the mother. Down, close quote. Higher wisdom, which previously had been given to the sons of the gods, is lost on earth. It returns to the eternal. Humanity must now rely on itself. The music drama titled Tristan and Isolde is, for someone who looks more deeply, and particularly so for Wagner, a growing clarification of the problem of the twofold nature of sexuality.
Since my family celebrated my birthday with me.
Have significance for the physical plane.
But I don't mind. It's just my birthday.
There is a longing in Tristan to be separate no longer, to find the balance, to have a consciousness that is no longer
Aaron might come up.
or feminine.
Maybe. That'd be cool.
This longing suffuses and weaves throughout the drama. To no longer be capital I.
I got some more plant medicine just now.
To no longer be I, Isolde, but
and some pizza
Isolde
here. Pepperoni.
They both lose consciousness of this separation.
No?
Thus, in the final words of this work, there sounds out the redemption from separate existence. Quote,
right up.
In the swelling tides of the sea of bliss, in the resounding
Garfield.
of
It's like lasagna and pizza and
waves,
stuff like that.
in the drifting all, of world.
He's like, Dad, I'm a kibble man.
To drown.
You know that.
To founder unconscious. Utmost rapture. Close quote.
My son is a kibble man.
Every word is chosen.
You know, he'll die in that hill. Like I'll die in the tobacco hill.
Bliss is the astral world. Devachan is the
likely.
word
Oh well.
In fragrant tones. The world's breath is the life principle.
I respect that, son. I do. You want some more?
No longer separated in consciousness, to drown in what is undifferentiated.
I love you so much.
To founder unconscious. This is the utmost rapture.
Yeah, I think they almost see me that way now.
Indeed, it is utmost rapture for our earthly.
They're almost like family. They're family to me, at least.
Spirit. The rapture that strives for the
Chambers.
annihilation of the earthly element has an enabling quality.
They're fucking cool.
It is the
they're cool people.
Of what it has in itself.
Like Aaron's always cool.
This is the problem.
His mom used to be kind of weird with me just because, you know, I was a tweaker. Now Aaron's a tweaker friend.
All these thoughts were not.
But now we're both sober, and I'm here, and he's sober living.
But they lived in
and I go to them, and I check on them. You know what I mean? And they really, really, really support me
for the individual artist
in ways they don't have to. And they don't seem to mind that much, which is amazing to me. I'm so used to people minding when I ask them for help.
Without being aware of them. So cosmic forces live in myth as symbolic images of eternal divine truth. Wagner's Siegfried is still entangled in what is earthly. He has to perish in it. Brunhilde is aware of the greater picture and understands what is involved. She surrenders the ring to the Rhine maidens, to the element that has not penetrated into the play of this world. The whole development of humanity goes back to original virginal substance. A new worldview takes the place of the old Nordic one.
See, probably not tonight, but maybe I should when it gets a little later.
But only on what has remained virginal, on the soul. Brunhilde, who is still entangled in the external sensual element through her union with Siegfried, rides into the fire. From this love is
I should tell him that, huh? Just call the sheriff and be like, hey guys.
It was initially still tragic for the North. For what people were.
You know, I don't feel safe in my house. You don't have to stop by. No, don't need to make a report.
From the sea of fire.
But if you guys are in the area, you can just give you a roundabout. Let them know that you're watching.
Et incarnatus est de spiritu sanctu ex Maria.
It might be enough. Probably not.
Out of the same element from which previously egotism, sensual love.
So who knows what time they'd do that?
A new feeling is now born that is exalted above everything entangled in the physical plane. Wisdom retreats so that out of a portion of the element that has preserved maidenly purity, love can arise. This is
in my cupboard.
The Christian principle.
I'm pretty sure
selfless love and contrast.
It's like some rat poison deteriorated, but I'm worried it's something else. I probably should clean it up now.
Purchased by the mysterious involution of death.
But I'm still kind of waiting for the cops to check it out.
We have kept a strict contrast between life and death.
But it smells like rat poison.
Wood is dried up.
I don't think it's the mold. No, the mold is coming from outside.
New eternal life, from which the new era is.
That I should report. I don't know who to though.
Spiritual life emerges.
That there's a toxic mold in the area.
Wagner longed to.
Yeah, it's not in my house. It's in the area. I leave the windows open. And I leave my bread open sometimes.
Through the 4 phases of Nordic life, he did so in his title Parsifal. This is the 5th phase. Because
the spores are yellow. I washed them off.
The northern development.
They're coming through my window.
The need for the glorification of Christianity. The end of lecture 13. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear the podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.
Bright or dark blue. Almost.
Consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.com.
Sometimes a green blue, even.
In England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English.
I think it's a quickly mutating mold,
to do these recordings,
which is terrifying.
Patronizing them as well.
Maybe even weaponized.
This is a reading of.
I know that sounds paranoid, but you have no idea the kind of technology they have nowadays. And who's putting it here? And why? Next to a fresh water source like Mount Shasta.
1904, 1905. This is lecture 14 of 16 lectures, translated by Paul King.
See, is that paranoia? Or is that just thinking ahead of time?
1905. The deeper we
big picture shit. What's this fucking mole I've never seen before?
The deeper we enter into theosophical and mystical questions. And
that I know it's toxic. See, I know the first one I saw was basically botulinum mold,
the whole prehistory
right?
Of European peoples,
which is very, very dangerous.
In his title,
and I ate it to see how impervious I was.
Wagner then
impervious to botulinum, pretty much.
The work with which he
Taran Miller is
his life. his title Parsifal. We need to
I fucking know
Wagner's
it.
whole personality if we want
Because
to
I'm like, I don't die.
understand what is really contained.
No, I botulinum and I'm alive.
Ever since the
And I knew it too.
he had the
And God told me, he's like, go for it, dude. You're fine. Tar 18 got
he
you.
wanted, and fragments of this still exist, to write a drama called Jesus of Nazareth, a work in which infinite love, in a way it took effect.
Sorry, neighbors. I'll really try.
The whole of humanity.
Maybe I'll close the window a little bit tonight. I keep it open for a spiritual reason, though.
But couldn't get beyond the basic idea.
Well, because of this frog cup magic that I did,
in the 50s,
it builds like these magic bridges through the window.
40s and 50s here refer to 18.
I don't know how it works. There's no frogs are powerful. You should respect them like that. You got
in the 50s, he sketched out his drama titled
"Then get to work for
The Sieger, the Victors."
Frogs are powerful.
In these dramas,
spiders
you can see from what depths of his worldview Wagner drew his intuitions.
Dogs are powerful too. But dogs are powerful like humans are powerful.
The drama.
Neither of us are quite as
Ananda, a youth of high caste,
magical,
is loved
as cats, frogs, or spiders.
Prakriti, a Chandala girl, a girl from a despised
No
caste.
offense, you're much more human-like though.
But he renounces
really powerful
all
for its
earthly
own reasons.
sensual love and becomes a disciple of Buddha. The way Wagner envisioned it, the
that's just my experience. Maybe I'm wrong.
Been a member of the Brahmin.
No offense, dogs.
Caste
like I said, you're much more human-like than we and the cats are. That's the thing we are.
Burned with haughty contempt. The love
of
talking
to me a lot.
Youth.
Some big fucking kid
Her
somewhere in time.
punishment now was to be reborn into the Chandala caste. Once she has worked on herself to the point where she can forego her love, she also becomes a disciple of Buddha. You can see that Wagner had already apprehended the problem of karma in all its depth.
Love you, my purr son, my purr daughter.
When in the 50s he
my other purr son
creating such a profoundly serious music drama as Die Sieger. All these thoughts finally come together in his Parsifal. But at the center of Parsifal, there is also the question of Christ.
No, I actually believe that. It's not just like I'm saying that cats are better than dogs. I don't believe that. Like I'd like a dog, kind of.
12th and 13th centuries.
No, dogs are man's best friend for a reason, and I know that.
Was active at this time.
But my best friend,
the deepest spirituality of the Middle Ages, worked the mystery.
I got some people who are really close to me too.
Reform.
Believe it or not, it's not around right now.
There was something living in those who had a spiritual life during the Middle Ages, which in initiated circles was called an elevation or intensification of love. The minstrels of courtly love, minne singers, had existed before this time and continued.
Some of them are, just not as physical as you are.
There was a great difference between what had previously been regarded
as some sylphs, some jinns, and some undines,
and what arose later in Christianity as refined, purified love. An important monument to this turning point,
maybe a gnome or two,
spiritual life, is preserved for us in Hartmann von Aue's title, Der
Elementals. A lot of what ghosts are elemental spirits. So when you die, you figure out which one you are, mostly.
The spiritual teaching the Knights of the Crusades had brought back with them from the East.
A lot of time you
call the content of Der Arme Heinrich.
A lot of time you become
a Swabian
multiple
knight for whom
or mixture.
Now everything had gone well, is stricken by an incurable
air and water, typically,
and
fire too. You'd be surprised.
The sacrificial death of a pure virgin.
What that even means, elementally.
To sacrifice herself.
Doesn't mean literal fire often, but sometimes it can.
They go together to a famous doctor in Salerno, in Italy. The maiden is about to be sacrificed, but at the last moment, Heinrich refuses to let the sacrifice proceed. The maiden's life is spared.
Most people are selfie,
becomes well
right? And gnomes too.
They marry.
Humans, at least.
Here,
from my experience.
Again,
you have a different opinion?
Pure virgin who sacrifices herself for someone who had previously lived only in
you're made of earth and water too,
saved by her.
And air.
From the viewpoint of the Middle Ages, there is a mystery hidden here.
And humans have a lot of air.
An ancient stream.
Not only we have large lungs, because we're distance runners. That's what we're built for. Distance running and dancing,
depicted in the legends of Richard Wagner's
and throwing spears and rocks.
Love arising from sensuality was regarded.
And making tools with our hands.
Something that should be overcome. Minne singing was to arise in a new form through the.
And God's like, oh, that's impressive. You know what I can do with that? I can make them caretakers of that world.
If we want to understand what's happening here, we have to draw all the factors together.
But they just eat everything.
Recall the character, the physiognomy of those times. Then we can understand what motivated Wagner to portray these legends.
Hey, apes,
there was
we're working on you still.
Legend, a primordial.
Bonobos are ahead of you, chimps. Just so you know.
Find in the oldest Germanic.
And they're matriarchal as fuck.
and in a somewhat different form in Italy and other lands as well. Let's look at the basic outline of this legend.
That's interesting.
A man who has known all the pleasures of the world makes his way now into a kind of subterranean cave.
No, I'm
There he meets a woman of ultra-attractive, appealing power. He experiences certain pleasures of paradise there. But then he is overcome by a longing for the upper world, and after some time returns from the mountain.
Hopefully they just show up one day and be like, all right, I'm sorry.
This is particularly
I won't try and kill you again.
In the Tannhäuser legend.
Have your cats back.
When we consider this legend, we have in it a beautiful symbol
of
the aspiration of love.
That's what I'm hoping for. Things get over themselves.
Before the great turning point I mentioned. Man's activity in the public world. The
stop being so fucking shady.
Pleasures of love in the ancient
intelligence
sense,
community,
which one saw embodied in the goddess Venus. Experiencing the distraction
of
activities in the outer world through love as a kind of paradisal experience. But in this form, the legend has no real center.
The God Most High.
It has nothing that gives us a view to what is higher. Thus, it has arisen from the previous view, from the preceding form of love. Later, in the beginnings of the development of love in spiritual form through Christianity, people wanted to highlight the earlier period and show the contrast between paradise
time and being to me, basically the same thing. I say time though, because it trips people out.
If we want to understand Wagner, we need to go even deeper.
Like, isn't time kind of a bad thing? I'm like, no, how's it a bad thing?
After floods had covered Atlantis, the post-Atlantean subraces emerged.
I'm obsessed with it, kind of.
The ancient Indian, the ancient Persian.
Speaking of which,
then the Egyptian, Babylonian,
620 Garfield.
Chaldean, then the Greco-Latin. And after the decline of Roman civilization, our fifth subrace arises, in which we
Garfield's highest self.
It has significance, particularly for Christian Europe.
Yeah, that guy.
It was not that Richard Wagner was consciously aware of everything I have just mentioned.
That's why so powerful.
I'm so connected to him. Fucking the situation of the sub-race in the world, and experienced the whole task of the present as a religious.
Who are you? Now you are too in some way.
Theosophy couldn't be better formulated.
Love and being, duh.
You know that each race,
but how does your
was inspired by initiates
connect to it? How direct?
The original
Garfield's pretty direct.
Atlantean sub-race
to that guy
proceeded from the so-called
even more than that guy, like George's.
You know that as Atlantis was swallowed by floods, those who migrated.
Everybody is. I want to know who you are too. It's a big thing of mine.
The race were led by
it's like not just me. It's not just me. It wasn't even just him.
To the Gobi Desert in Asia.
We're all the branches and the fruit of the vine. How directly connected to the vine are you?
Persia, Assyria.
How close to the root are you?
And then to southern Europe, to Greece, Rome, and later into our regions. The first two waves of Semitic civilization.
Can you become closer through spiritual practice? Of course you can.
They are the impulses preserved by the Indian.
Your branch gets thicker, becomes a vine itself.
But when we
producing its own branches and fruit.
We have to
look at those vines in my backyard. They're pretty wild, actually.
From which the people of Israel derive their name. Christianity can be traced.
And I'm pretty sure they're a different fucking species.
Kind, which then extended into.
I kind of know I am. I'm just trying to prove it. It's harder than I thought. When ER doctors, you know what I mean? Our ER doctors.
Spreading through all of Europe.
They're not bad doctors.
Peoples who invaded Spain.
But they annoy me sometimes because they never seem to treat me how I feel like I deserve to be treated.
The Semitic impulse reaches into the fifth root race.
With my conditions.
We see that in this one great stream
of
primal culture is influenced.
All right, Taran. A major challenge from Orpheus tonight.
We have a great spiritual
shut the fuck up a little bit. It's a Saturday.
That is developed in the north through 4 stages of time.
The Orphics and the Pythagoreans were really big on vows of silence.
At the turn of the
13th
century, a worldly and naive people.
It's just a curse on me that I can't shut the fuck up. I can. It's really difficult.
The version of a new culture was experienced like a spiritual stream of fresh air. Wolfram von Eschen.
Hold on. What's a good?
Within the influence of
that's a good one.
Stream.
Even if. Tare tu tare. Sarvastambani tare spaha.
But there was something that people felt very powerfully. That the Germanic race was the last limb of an evolutionary process. That something completely new had to come. That something completely different.
People really still think that.
Preparation for the fifth root race, namely the high mission of Christianity.
Tara.
There was a longing in the Germanic lands at that time for a new form of Christianity. A new Christianity had to be created. It had to be released from what it had undergone in the south.
And Svaha means Amen, basically. As it is, so it is.
During the period
Let
of
it
the
be.
Crusades, a dichotomy emerged between Rome and Jerusalem. The Crusaders fought
Sanskrit.
battle cries of "For Rome" and "For Jerusalem." The one was referring to Roman Christianity, now just a shell, and the other referred to a pure Christianity people wished to reestablish, for which Jerusalem was seen as a spiritual center. This is what the scholastics thought, and so also for Dante in his title Divine Comedy. Jerusalem was a center which was to be sought, but more in a spiritual than in an external sense. Thus the fifth subrace was felt to be a harbinger of the future. The old influences had ceased. Something completely new had to come. A new vortex of world civilization began. It was only an attempt at establishing a proper Christianity, but the kernel of genuine Christianity was to be peeled out of this shell. At the turn of the Middle Ages, people sensed a decline, the end of something they had experienced as a blessing. And at the same time, they felt something on the rise in their longing for the new. All this was living in Wolfgang von Eschenbach. Now, look at our new times. Imagine this feeling renewed in a time when the decline had arrived, and you will find something of what Richard Wagner was experiencing. Much of what was felt earlier as a decline of the race had, in the meantime, come to pass. From the beginning of his conscious life, Wagner had felt this declining element particularly vividly. For him, there were many symptoms indicating that the decline had come and that a new structuring had to take place. No one felt more deeply than Wagner the chaos that surrounds us today in many respects. The way the lower classes in our time waste away rather than live to the full. The misery of the great mass of European peoples whose mental and spiritual life remains in darkness, who are excluded from all higher education. And because of this, in 1848, Wagner became a revolutionary. We mustn't imagine Wagner as a regular revolutionary, but we need to picture him as having a thought that weighed heavily on his soul. The thought that it is in our hands whether we take part, whether we accelerate the decline, turn the wheel downward, or lead it upward. For him, the revolution of 1848 was only an external opportunity.
For this.
When we look at all this in this way, we will understand how Richard
exactly.
Wagner
So
came to his ideas on the races, how he expressed
He's my son and my brother.
Writing,
and in a way, my grandson too. Garfield. And also my father in a way, believe it or not.
He says roughly the following. Over in Asia,
because of our relationship now, he's my person.
Something of the original energy of the Aryan race. An element is living there of an elevated spiritual life, but only for an elite, for Brahmins. The lower castes are excluded from these teachings, but a high spiritual standpoint is achieved in the Brahmin, which is an expression of the primordial culture. If from there we look to the north, so Wagner said, we have here a naive race that has itself passed through 4 stages of development. The people who love hunting, of whom we must imagine that as hunters they have pleasure in killing their enemies. Pleasure in killing is for Wagner a symptom of decadence. It is a profound occult fact that life and death are connected in a remarkable way with the development of the individual toward what is higher, purer, spiritual. Everything a person does by way of causing suffering, of destroying life, drains his soul's spiritual power. No matter what one might think of certain cultural phenomena, any destruction of life is connected with a stripping away of spiritual forces. This is why one who follows the, in quotes, dark path has to destroy life. This is expressed, for example, in the novel by Mabel Collins titled The Blossom and the Fruit. It is the story of a female black magician who destroys unborn life because she needs it for her reprehensible powers. There is a deep connection between life, death, and man's development. This is a lesson that has to be learned and gone through by different peoples. Things were slightly different in a particular period of development when people killed in a naive way. At that time, people experienced the energy in themselves when they killed. This was the situation with the old Germanic hunter tribes. Now, with the coming of Christianity, this has changed. Christian teaching has a prohibition against killing. Killing is a sin. Here we find the origin of a view that led Wagner to be a strict vegetarian.
Killing's a sin, Garfield.
For him, eating meat was a sign of the decline of a race, and saw an ascent only being possible when people adopt a form of nourishment that no longer involves killing.
Garfield understands how hard that is for some people. Why don't you guys? Garfield hates it. He's like, I like killing things.
Judaism and modern culture. Wagner was not anti-Semitic in an irrational, hateful sense that one might experience him as being today.
I'm understanding you, Kitty. You're a cat. I get it. You can kill your dad tonight if you want.
On our culture had to fade away, and something new had to take their place. Hence his call for a renewal.
I'm afraid you didn't, but you know you can.
This is connected with how he saw our present race.
Just as easily as I could kill you.
Himself, we must make a distinction between development of the race and development of the soul. We have to make this distinction if we are to have any understanding at all.
He's a tough little kitty. My bad. I'll die for that one for sure.
We were all once incarnated in the Atlantean race. But while souls have evolved further and climbed higher, the race has fallen into decadence. But every ascent is associated with a decline. For every individual who ennobles and purifies themselves, there is someone who sinks lower. There is a difference
every
between
mistake he makes is because someone's actively working against him.
Itself.
Actively.
The more man becomes like the race, the more
so he's like,
he loves
like a chronic blamer, you know what I mean?
Tied to the attributes of the race.
Because so there's someone actively working against him all the time, so it's like, okay, every mistake I make, I'm like, it's my fault still. But damn it, if you weren't working against me, who knows?
The more the soul has the possibility of incarnating at a higher level. A spirit like Wagner, who
but it is still always my fault.
Soul and evolution of the race,
because in some way, I fucking made this place, and I know it. That's why I'm suffering through it like
this.
He
knows that it is not souls that have finished their role, but the races that have played out and
no, I know it.
Their tasks.
This is where I started. That's what they told me. I wanted to find out where I came from.
Wagner is expressing when he
so I picked this life.
Wagner feels the downfall, the decline of the races, and the necessity of the ascent of souls.
That's what I know. I wanted to find out where the fuck it came from, so I picked this life. I'm like, oh, that's who I was before, huh? Taran Miller.
Let's go back to the legend of poor Henry.
Before I go back in time and sacrifice myself to do something really, really cool. I already know that part.
Henry is sick because initially he has been living in San
I don't know how that happens. Maybe I die. I'm not sure. I kind of know that's true though.
During that era, worked on the senses. This I capital, born out of the element active.
Impregnate the night in the first place.
As the call goes out to humanity to develop itself to a higher stage, his soul becomes sick because it connects itself.
Told you I'm the water guy.
Only live in the race. This is characterized by love coming to expression in a worldly way. But now a higher love should be developed out of the lower love that lives in the race. What is living in the race must be redeemed by something higher, by a higher pure love that sacrifices itself.
Then there was the word, right?
Soul, by what Goethe calls the eternal feminine, which draws us on.
Goethe.
I have often spoken about it, that the masculine and feminine are living in every human being, and that because they are separated out, the sensual element intrudes.
I know they're all laughing about it too.
Redemption by the eternal feminine means that the sensual element is overcome.
Do it.
This is also depicted in title Tristan and Isolde. For both Wolfram von Eschenbach and Richard Wagner, the historical expression of this overcoming is Parsifal.
And he knows everything. He's still trying to get away sometimes. Not really, not hard. He's just like, tell me go.
Parsifal becomes king of the Grail because he liberates what had previously suffered under the servitude of the senses,
but we'll see later.
And brings a new principle of love into the world. What is the basis of Parsifal? What is the significance of the Grail?
I love you so much.
The original legend, which emerges around the middle of the Middle Ages, tells us that the Grail is the cup Christ used at the Last Supper, and in which Joseph of Arimathea collected the blood that flowed from the wounds of Christ Jesus. This cup and the spear that made
part of
the
your life's been really, really hard.
were lifted up by angels
every time someone says
and
I love you,
preserved hovering in the air until Titurel built a castle on the mountain of Montsalvat, that is the mountain of healing, in which the cup was preserved as a sanctuary of spiritual knighthood. 12 knights are gathered there to serve the Grail. It has the power to divert death from these knights, to give them what they need to turn their souls to the spiritual. The sight of it always gives them renewed spiritual strength. Now, to start with, we can look at the form Richard Wagner.
Man, he is that caring. Refrigerator synchronicity. Yep. 634. Almost good enough for that. Some of these masters that come in here. In some way, I feel like this is the beginning of time, right now. Like the past is almost in the future to us, almost in some ways. It's a theory has a beginning. Time was cyclical. I explained it way back then that made a lot of sense, more than it does right now. But if I got back there, I'm sure it still makes sense to somebody. Because if that's true, then everyone gets what they want, pretty much, including me. Then if that's true, then I get to die one day. It's really exciting for me. Just not anytime soon. Hopefully. Not all the time, though. Not always. But a lot of the time it is that way, huh? Yes, that is true. Physically, almost. But spiritually, yes. That some trees are more feminine than masculine, or masculine than feminine, when they're the same exact species. they identify. You'll get heartbroken. Some humans are that way too. Now, it takes all kinds. I'm just realizing that androgynous on that level is kind of rarer than I thought. And when they are androgynous, they usually identify as feminine, not masculine. Look at a hyena woman. Some bad fucking women. Hyenas. And they're beautiful too. Hyenas. Hyenas are fucking cool. Evil though. Yeah, they can be evil. In my opinion. So you know hyenas. Quit laughing about it. But in a way, they're cat dogs. Hyenas. There's some cats that took the dog route and became hyenas. What's a day and night to God? I've said this before. About 147 trillion years. Who the fuck you think you are? Thinking your days and nights are equivalent to God's days and nights. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Wagner gave the Parsifal Saga. In essence, it is the same as the one we have from Wolfram von Eschenbach. On the one hand, we have the Grail Temple with its knights, and on the other, we have the magic castle of Klingsor with its knights, who are the real enemies of the Grail Knights. Two kinds of Christianity are contrasted with each other. The one,
but it's all fucking real, guys.
The Grail,
more real than we
even
thought. A lot of us.
With his knights. Klingsor is the one who has mutilated himself so as not to fall into sensuality. But he has not overcome the craving for it. He has only made it impossible to satisfy the craving. And he still lives in the realm of sensuality. He is served by enchanted maidens. Kundry is the actual temptress in this realm. She draws toward the sensual side everything that comes to Klingsor, in a way belonging to the past.
No.
Klingsor is a personification of medieval Christianity, which has become ascetic, has mortified sensuality, but not desire. It does not save one from the seductive force of sensual love, which is personified in Kundry. Something higher was seen in a higher spirituality's power of renunciation, which does not deaden sensuality by coercion, but purifies it through higher spiritual knowledge and raises itself up into the realm of purified love. Amfortas and the Grail Knights aspire, but up to now, it has not been possible to reach this realm. Their efforts failed. As long as the proper spiritual power was absent, Amfortas had to fall to the temptation of Kundry. The higher disposition in Amfortas falls victim to the lower disposition in Klingsor. Thus, the Parsifal Saga depicts two phenomena side by side. On the one side is Christianity become ascetic, but nevertheless unable to attain higher spiritual knowledge by deadening sensuality. On the other side are the representatives of spiritual knighthood, which, however, will always fall victim to Klingsor's temptations until the Redeemer appears, who will conquer Klingsor. Amfortas is wounded, loses the spear to Klingsor, and must guard the Grail as a king racked with pain. Thus higher Christianity is ailing and suffers. In suffering, it must guard the real secrets, the mysteries of Christianity connected with the Grail, until a Redeemer in a new form appears, and this Redeemer arises in Parsifal. Parsifal must first learn his lessons, undergo tests. He then purifies himself and rises to the spiritual force, to the feeling of the great unity of all being. Wagner depicts profound occult truths in Parsifal, but again, unconsciously. The first stage Parsifal passes through is where he learns compassion for our older brothers, the animals. In an impetuous urge to become a knight, he leaves his mother Herzeleida, who dies of grief. Parsifal then fights and kills an animal, a swan. At the sight of the dying animal, he experiences what it means to kill. This is the first stage of his purification. At the second stage, he learns to overcome desire without having to mortify the external organs of sensual desire. He comes to the Grail the first time, but does not yet recognize his task. He learns to know it through the initiation of life. He appears to fall to Kundry's temptations, but passes the trial. At the moment when he might have succumbed to the temptation, he wrests from himself the power of desire. A new, a pure love shines in him like a rising sun. There flashes up what we saw arising in the twilight of the gods, quod et incarnatus est de Spiritu Sancto ex Maria Virgine, close quote, born of the Spirit through the Virgin. This is
born of the Spirit
power of
through
love,
the Virgin,
which is born in the soul that is not pervaded by sensuality.
born in the soul not pervaded by sensuality,
refines all souls. Human beings must awaken a soul like this in themselves, which does not mortify the sensual organs, but refines all sensuality, because the I, capital, the Christ, is born out of virginal matter. Christ is born in Parsifal. A higher virginal power opposes seductive Kundry. Kundry, that feminine element that pulls the human ego down into the sphere of sexuality, has to be overcome. In
I do
Kundry,
not
we
believe
meet the incarnation of that,
Christ
which is
was
the
born
opposite sex, has pulled
of
the human being
your
down.
definition
Kundry
of a
has
virgin.
existed before, as Herodias, who demands the head of John the Baptist. She existed in a way similar to
But she was a
hostler,
very, very
as a
powerful
figure
woman,
who can find no rest, who looks everywhere
in a way
for
we do
soul
not give her credit
salvation
for.
in sensual love. What Wagner has unconsciously hidden for us in his Parsifal is liberation from sensual love. We see how this thought twines its way up in his work. By the intuitive force of his being, already entitled The Flying Dutchman, he is led to the same problem. A man who wanders the seas is freed from his long wanderings by the sacrifice of a virgin. It is also the problem in Tannhäuser. Wagner depicts the minstrel's contest at Wartburg as a battle between the minstrel of the old sensual love, Heinrich von Ofterdingen, and
However,
Wolfram von Eschenbach, who represents the
I was
power
almost born in the
of
same
renewed
way.
spiritual Christianity. In the legend of this singing contest,
An
at
11th
Wartburg,
month
it is
pregnancy.
precisely Heinrich von Ofterdingen who calls upon the help of Master Klingsor from Ungarland. But they are both conquered by the force that flows from Wolfram von Eschenbach. We now get a deeper understanding of Tristan, because we know that it is not about the mortification of love, but of the purification and catharsis of the love that is alive in him. From Schopenhauer's negation of
The only
will,
thing my parents
Richard
ever
Wagner
agreed on,
lifts himself up
ever.
to a return and purification of the will in the higher spheres. Wagner even brought this to expression in a drama that doesn't appear to contain it at all, in the title Meistersingers.
Yep.
It is there between the lines, as it were,
And guess what?
purification of Hans Sachs from the temptations he feels to win Eva for himself. This is not so much in the text as in the music. When you hear the music of the Meistersingers, you sense something of this purification. All this came together for Wagner in his Parsifal. He'd look back to the original Brahmanic ideal. He saw with sorrow and pain the symptoms of decline in the present race. and he wanted to create a new impulse out of his art. The redemption of the race through a new spiritual
Garfield's
development.
dad looked
This
just
is
like my
what he
other
wanted
cat.
to give in his festival plays.
Pretty much.
Before he parted ways with Wagner,
I think
Nietzsche
so.
also wrote in this spirit about Dionysian art. He felt that something
kind
of a
of know it.
renewal of the mystery plays of ancient Greece was living in the festival plays.
But George was a virgin.
The Dionysius of
Although I hung out with females a
Aeschylus
lot.
and Sophocles, who take us back
They
to
liked
the
Big
beginning
George.
of the fourth
He
subrace,
protected them.
were something that had contributed to the ascent of the cultural stream of the fifth subrace.
Garfield
This redemption
is
was
not.
experienced in the depths of the mystery temple of Dionysus. What had taken place in those times,
Yes.
in the mystery temple,
And he still tries
came out
occasionally.
first in European lands.
Another reason he's not allowed outside.
Dionysus, who incarnates into matter, celebrates his
Because
resurrection
he
in the human
is a medical
being
miracle
and
as
his
well.
ascension into heaven. In the mystery temples, the Greek initiate experienced the descended God. There was something of a mood of sorrow in these Greek mysteries when it was said that in the future the God would rise again in human hearts. And in the northern sagas, the initiate Druids spoke of a twilight of the gods from which a new generation would
Guess what?
arise.
Her mom, his
The
mom,
coming of
should not have
Christianity
survived
was
that
prophesied
pregnancy.
in the ancient mysteries of the Druids. Richard Wagner saw the time
But she made it
being
2
close
weeks
at hand,
with milk,
when
just
Christianity
enough
must
to give him
come
the most
to
powerful
fulfill,
immune system
which
of
had
all time.
emerged in the first stages in the fourth, and had to evolve
Much
further
more
in
powerful
the
than
fifth
mine.
subrace, in which this
A close
Christianity
second.
will speak its own unique language. Those who had been believers should now become
I even ate half of my brain,
Richard Wagner felt the pulse of
but
newly
I've grown
developed
most of it
artistic
back
had
now.
been charaded, who, working out of this impulse, reconstructed the ancient
Another,
mystery drama of
miracle,
the Eleusinian mystery.
medically.
Thus, the event at Bayreuth shows us the coming together of two cultures,
So is my voice.
a revival of the mystery of Greece, and a new Christianity. Thus, Wagner, those around him,
My heart has a needle in it.
felt this art to be the first prelude
I'm still
to
alive.
a reunification of what had once split apart. In the original drama at Eleusis, religion, art, and science were united as one until they separated. Art began to exist on its own, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and religion and science went their own ways. Three streams running alongside each other thus grew from their common root in the Greek
Is that true?
mysteries.
No.
Initially,
See
each
how
of
they
these
get me
streams
sometimes?
could only become
basically-
great by going its own way. Time found
Because-
a specific religious
yeah,
expression
exactly.
for the heart, an artistic one for the senses,
Not exactly.
and a scientific expression for the rational mind. This had to happen, for only when people were able to unfold these capacities to their highest blossoming, but on separate paths, could a perfection be attained.
Really excited
Religion,
for this
taken to
MRI.
the height of the Christian worldview, is willing to unite again
We will
with
see
art and science.
What that
Poetry,
is.
painting, sculptural art, and
What
music
that is.
will only
What
reach
this
their
is.
zenith
And what this is.
when they unite once more with genuine religion.
This is too.
And science, which has
What this
only
is,
come to full
I hope,
development in modern times,
in my shoulder,
has in
my
truth
back.
given the impulse for the unification of these three streams. Now,
Sorry, I'm
Wagner,
just excited.
who was one of the first to sense the impulse for a new union.
I know I seem
of art,
crazy.
science, and religion. This
I know I
reunity
think people are
is
trying to
offered
kill me.
humanity as a new gift of consecration. He felt that Christianity is called upon to reunite.
But this could
what was
change the
previously
world,
separate,
and I know it.
and incorporated this
So I can't shut up all the
into
time.
his figure of Parsifal. That magic
'Cause I must
mythology of
survive.
Good Friday,
And so must
which
Garfield.
Wagner has
Because
into his
I
Good
can
Friday
get
mood,
George back.
rings in our ears like the great sounding of a new culture.
And I know it.
He recognized that soul
No, he
development
promised me.
and race development must take
No, he
separate
showed up to me
paths.
himself, basically,
It is important to lift
and said, Taran,
souls and reach
I already know a lot
the
of the story
resurrection
now.
of souls must be brought to pass despite the tragic destiny of being bound up with the body.
I already knew
of which is
how this
in
guy
it.
was going to be. And I knew it was going to shock everybody.
Wagner wanted
I
his
didn't
works
know
of
back
Bayreuth
then.
to sound
Fate
an
hadn't told me yet.
world of tone
They showed me something
that
else.
points to a new future.
But it was symbolic of
A small
this,
part of
mostly.
humanity at least
But another
will
plane,
hear those
it's
new
exactly what
sounds
happened.
of the future. What Wagner made known
This is supposed to
his
be
time
the best
is a
one.
living artistic apocalypse.
We don't want to have an
This is a
apocalypse.
prophet who wants to point to
Synchronicity,
a
by the
new
way,
era
was on my book.
those who
Said
soon
apocalypse at the same time on accident.
His life's work fades away like this.
Where we
There
literally
is no
summon dragons
faces that
who
have
used to be
appeared,
house cats
and the time
and
will
battle
come in which they will be realized. The end of lecture 14.
until the world is destroyed.
You are listening to Rudolf Steiner.
Dogs too, bears too, you know what I mean?
Podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do
No, we don't want to have Yu-Gi-Oh,
Consider
but in real
patronizing
life.
as well. This is a reading of
Or Magic the Gathering.
92 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Occult Truths of
I was thinking it'd be cool.
The listener's notes.
Pretty sure I'd win still.
Lectures translated by Paul King.
Eventually.
This is lecture 15, given in Cologne.
Unless
3rd of
one
December,
thing,
1905, entitled
I killed myself.
And Lohengrin. We want to look today at the world of medieval legend.
No, I'm not yelling.
From the perspective of the theosophical.
I'm sitting down in my kitchen talking to
There
my
are two important legends that are
computer screen.
characteristic of the intellectual and spiritual development of Europe.
It sounds different when I'm recording.
The
Completely
two legends
different.
Connected with the Grail.
I'm not sure why yet.
Concerning the deepest truths, the sages of earlier times spoke to the people through.
Because I took out my eardrums, maybe?
If in those times one had tried to teach the people living in the regions of Northern and Central Europe the sort of concepts we hear today in the theosophical worldview, the people
I'm not
of that
deaf.
period
No.
would have got nothing from it. The sages
I can hear
spoke
just
to every
fine.
nation and era.
I
In a
can't
way
talk any quieter.
That nation and era could
It's
understand.
difficult for me.
In doing so, they always took into account the law of rebirth or reincarnation. The sages who told the peoples of Northern and Central Europe the secrets of the world were Druids. Druid means
Yes, I do.
when it is said that the Teutons worshipped under oaks.
Now, sometimes I can hear what's going on in your
This
living
did
room.
not only mean that they worshipped
I want
under
to.
actual oaks, but also that they were led by Druids. When it is said that Bonifaci cut
I just
down
don't go
the
around.
tree, this signifies
For that reason.
the old Druid religion was conquered by Christendom. A real truth is related here in legend form. The Druids wove real truths into their legends. All the souls who take up our world
not always.
today were once addressed
I've tuned it down
by a
tonight.
Druid priest. He spoke to them in a way that was suited to those times.
That's what I do. It drives me
All of
fucking
us who
crazy.
absorb the
I
theosophical
can't distinguish
worldview
sometimes what's
have heard
real,
the same things before in myth and legends.
where it's coming from,
Otherwise, we should not understand them at all.
maybe even between
This
your
is the
ears
secret of
sometimes,
great masters.
or from a TV
They
screen.
live in the consciousness that they are among people who incarnate again and again. Throughout the Middle Ages, the fundamental
And I'm walking
truths
around.
of Germanic, Central European culture lived
Uh-huh.
in a great legend.
I have the loudest
When we
voice in the
get
universe.
acquainted with this legend,
Sometimes,
we understand the nature of the Middle Ages.
at least theoretically. I'm not
Druid
sure if you can
priests
hear that.
Cultivated an awareness that far in the West there had once been an advanced civilization.
I can see
This
ghosts.
civilization had
I can
been
talk
in
to them
a land
well.
Called Niflheim or Nibelungenheim.
I have a super psychic,
Niflheim
super
was
powerful
ancient
cat
Atlantis.
that knows he
It
cannot
has been
die.
Nibelheim, a place of mists. German Nabel.
But if I lose him, I may just lose it.
Peculiar atmospheric conditions, which were completely different from our own. This
I've lost it
primordial
before.
Germanic legend is thus really related
But I
to
was
truth.
I'm at magical
Points
warfare
to the
already.
primal
I
land
told you I'm fucking
that
winning.
once existed between
I've
Europe
slayed some motherfuckers already.
where the Atlantic Ocean now is. This very ancient land of Atlantis sank, and with it went treasures of power and wisdom. These treasures were
Magically.
referred to
What
as
do you want me to
gold,
say?
and their demise
It was magic.
is
They were
related
fucking
to the
evil.
legend as the sinking of the
I'm just
Nibelung.
reading the book. I'm like, well, you're going to burn in hell. It's like Death Note.
The Nibelung treasure has to be raised up in a new way.
It's the Garfield Note. Garfield Chronicles.
For the East in Europe.
This guy died this way.
First Wotan and then
This guy
Sigurd
died
for the
this way. Read Chronicles.
whose task it was to bring back to present-day Europe the ancient treasure, to make proof
Okay.
once more in a certain way.
You understand?
The Nibelung hoard for the newer civilization.
I am the primordial waters in human form. My name is
The fact
Taran
that
Miller.
legend
Now,
presents us with an initiate, Wotan, helps us to look
how the fuck else do I say it? No, I'm not God.
The letters
God
W
is
and
technically,
Z
like,
correspond to each
from
other.
your view,
Wotan
my spirit's
Wotan
grandchild.
is the
No, he's more
Chinese
powerful
word
than me,
Buddha.
technically,
Wotan is indeed the Germanic form of the word Buddha.
but he can't beat me.
This brings us to a common origin of the European Wotan religion and the Asiatic Buddha
Well, at least she
religion.
is the goddess,
The
power.
Buddha religion did not spread so much.
No, he's mine. He's smarter. He's smarter than time, too.
In India, as among the peoples of Asia,
In a way.
who still had something of the
But I'm not sure if he loves more. Just,
The Wotan peoples
well,
had
basically
also
even.
brought
It's
their
just they
way of
show it
seeing
differently.
things from Atlantean culture. Their further development was expressed in the legends told to them by their Druid priests. The rescuing of the Nibelung.
But I'm not sure if anyone actually loves more than I do.
Culture
I just
was
pick
expressed
favorites in weird fucking ways.
in Wotan and Siegfried. In these legends, which can be found from Russia to France and England via Germany,
Sometimes the wrong ones completely,
quality which can
and I know it.
everywhere where Druids talk. This prophecy.
But no, actually, yeah, a couple of fucking cats named George and Garfield.
Remains of the Atlantean civilization. We have to die out so that something better can enter. Our initiates are prophets of what is coming.
And yes, they were both boys.
And all those who are initiated in the same way as Siegfried.
Babe, precious, now I love you like that too. When I didn't then, and that's honest.
The song of the Nibelungs contains a very ancient form.
But you're the reason I'm a cat person.
The Nibelungs' distress, the Nibelungs' lament.
Because she was my cat mom. I told her that.
Peoples were taught that another would come who would bring spirit.
Who you want me to pick, my mom or my sons,
the mood
precious?
And the of the gods spread everywhere. All lived with the sense, and advanced pupils with the certainty that another would come.
I picked you over my mother. My mom's
their initiates.
okay with it.
This was expressed in the legend of Siegfried. In Scandinavia and Russia, they had the Drata mysteries, which corresponded to the...
Even if I should love my mother and my father more, maybe,
another term for Druid.
but I still love them quite a bit.
Everywhere in the old mysteries, the name of the original great initiate is Sig. All names that contain Sig can be traced back to Sig, like Sigurd.
No, about the same, just in different ways. It's more affectionate love from my mom.
For example, Siegfried was the initiate, who had found peace in initiation. Friede, German peace, means
You know what I mean?
that which leads people beyond all doubt. It is the
It's universal love,
satisfaction of a longing,
maybe not for me.
the longing for knowledge, for power.
I'm not God.
In all the
You are.
portrayals of
Most of you are.
Siegfried is
God.
depicted as being invulnerable.
In a way.
The Greek initiate
I am not.
was vulnerable on one spot, on his heel. After slaying the dragon, Siegfried becomes invulnerable.
That's what I know for sure.
In his shoulder blades.
Garfield, he's
That is
not
what
really
Frost
either.
would be born.
No, he's being.
Symbol played a profound
completely.
role in the ancient mysteries. They said there.
No,
"You are
God is the most
vulnerable,
powerful child
in a
of
place
being.
where one will have to carry the cross.
Of time.
The one who covers over this place with the cross bearer.
Well, actually, she is. The goddess. Power is.
Who is no
God
longer vulnerable.
is the smartest thing there.
This
There's
wisdom
almost no
was
difference, just male and female.
This wisdom was an apocalyptic wisdom.
The power is actually the
All
female
occultists
aspect
know
of God.
that wisdom spreads out from a central oracle site of 12 initiates.
The male aspect, and
From
Judaism knows this
so-called
too,
white lot.
is mine.
Wisdom is carried out from there into the world.
The tree of life.
Situation
I'm completing mine now.
Individual is aware
22, the fool. I reached Gether.
everywhere. There were 12 members.
Already. No, I found love.
Apostles.
I have children.
Those who only had intimations.
And I love them like a wife, basically.
Led back to the round
I'll finish the rest when I finish, but not. But
This
not.
is no less than the Great White Lodge, which in the Siegfried initiation related to the people what it had to say to the world. Great initiates were members of the Round Table, which existed.
The feminine aspect. I'm working on the masculine aspect, technically.
Then it was closed down for political reasons.
Telling you you're fucking evil.
Two very distinct political currents led the consciousness of ordinary people.
Losing my mind.
Back to primal
Kicking my dad out of his house.
Among the Franks who were fortunate.
Well, because he lied about me. A lot.
There was a ruling
To me, that's one of the evilest things you can do.
Origin back to the time of Atlantis. They were called the Nibelungs, or
So I don't care what you think. I don't care what your values are.
Ghibelline later arose.
Mine are slightly different.
There was an old awareness of a
Because
ruling
I'm not
dynasty
God.
rising in the Franks, that had its roots
See that black thing behind the stars? You're a star child.
and which combined in itself both worldly might and priestly power. This
You're children of
twilight
light.
sought to be crowned in Rome in order to add
I'm
a
not.
spiritual element to the worldly one.
And it freaks me out.
Originally, the assumption
Because it makes my organs really valuable in the black market.
what had been
Technically.
modeled from Atlantis. Because it was thought and sensed that a twilight of the gods was coming, a certain tragic quality was connected with the ruling dynasty. It was said, those who want to know can certainly become initiates, but they must be superseded by something else.
Because other people can tell
This is
this.
expressed in the well-known legend of
Because I'm
Barbarossa.
beating them in magic. And I'm not even
Something
trying.
Then added that is not included in the usual legend.
I am Heka.
Barbarossa was rightly seen as a continuation.
I am
of the
Erebus.
Turkish rulers. The
I am Nun.
were the Ghibellines, Vipers,
I'm the ocean, the cosmic ocean.
Nibelungs,
That everything moves through.
in contrast
You are
to Veles, the
That's what your soul is.
The more penetrating tale adds to the well-known Barbarossa legend that Barbarossa brought the Holy Grail from
And in a way, mine too. Because I'm here with
physical
you.
personality,
And you can be a Taran too. So maybe not Taran Miller.
and now waits for his time to come. In this
What, do you want to remain homos?
mood of the Middle Ages with regard to the old heathendom
No, science fiction.
of Christendom.
They're called Tarans.
People
T-A-R-A-N.
consider their own folk soul and said, we brought our culture from old Atlantis, but it is destined to perish.
Yeah.
Christianity.
Sorry, these guys are laughing with me. The ghosts are.
It
And
will
the other
rise
people.
Again, purified, cleansed, raised up by Christianity. People began to make a transition from the end of the decline to the beginning of the ascent. People began to regard the course of a deeper Germanic spiritual life as one whereby the clairvoyant Atlantean consciousness was superseded by something still to come. One had once more to master natural boldness, piety, virtue, but in a new way.
And I fucking know it. I'm like, no, I killed him.
An idea of three definite forces.
So I'm like, nah, they can't get me for anything. Dude, I just slayed him magically. Are they going to sue me?
Intuitive power is depicted by the initiate.
I'm like, they're trying to kill me too. They killed my son, George.
Is the heart, Gemüt, with a
They've tried to kill my dad too now.
where it becomes
They turned him against me.
Now a new time was to come. Now, through Christian teaching, a transition was to be made, and one was to ascend again.
With lies. No, I swear to fucking every book stacked on my fucking table, the little tiny Bibles on the top of the Quran, all the way down, bunch of them. The Upanishads too, some sutras too.
Christ went with his disciples, in quotes, up into
Here's some New Age books sitting around here somewhere. I got some cool Chi or Kundalini book thing. Yeah, it's really cool.
In the Persian initiation ritual, a distinction was made between 7 levels of initiation. Raven means the first level of personal initiation.
I'm being initiated.
Ravens indicate
That's all this is.
that still exists
When I finish,
between
but
the
not.
initiate and his surroundings. We can think of Elijah's ravens. We also find
You'll
ravens in relation to Wotan. They transmit his communications to the
Because
surrounding world.
I'm working with Jesus Christ closely.
Initiate Barbarossa
No, this is something
also
you can't
had
do.
ravens
That's why he says invited me.
maintained his connection with the world. Barbarossa had brought the Holy Grail from the Orient. This Holy Grail was preserved on Mons Salvationis, the mountain of
Only a
salvation.
few people are like this.
It is now
It's not.
surrounded
It's
by
not
the
like it's like
statues
1%
of
maybe.
Round table, the 12 knights who received Christian initiation.
It's like different, almost different like personality types. Where does your soul emanate from?
The Grail is the symbol of Christian.
Some people are straight up
One who
fucking
wished to be
evil
initiated into the secrets of the Holy Grail
because they're
became a
titans.
Christian.
They're not God.
One became a Christian initiate by passing first through all forms of doubt, and then finding a firm footing in a connection with Christ himself. One thing is necessary for this: direct trust in the figure of Christ. The first disciples
That doesn't mean you have to be evil, though.
on the fact that Christ had been.
I figured that out
They said, "We want to bear witness
because I fell in love
We touched his
with a
wounds
couple
our
of
hands.
fucking cats
What we make known is
who
that
I
we
would have
see
killed
in
myself
ourselves.
for,
Paul became an apostle because he
who I'd
saw
have
the risen
quote unquote ruined my family for,
What matters is the unmediated experience.
just to keep
And
them
not
with
through
me.
wisdom and logic, but directly. It is clear to us what Parsons.
No, that's completely true. In a way, I was scared to go out, but if I didn't have George and Garfield too, like it wasn't two cats, if it was one cat, I would have gone somewhere, but I had two cats. And I just couldn't lose Garfield too. And now I have to train Garfield, this wild-ass cat, who I love like a son, how to be a baby human, basically.
One who does not take the Parsifal path bears suffering in their heart. They have to struggle through to peace.
And I don't have George anymore to show him. So I have the ghost of the most powerful cat I've ever met. Physically.
With this one fact, that is the name Herzalida, he intended a deeply inward.
He could hit as hard as a bobcat. So I was wondering why his claws were always dull.
Namely, that Herzalida is the condition of consciousness with which Parsifal sets out. Initially, he has a tragic consciousness.
That's why that cat over there has been hit harder than any other cat who hasn't been hit by a car.
In order to come to the secret of the Holy Grail. We must hold this in conjunction with the Barbarossa legend. Barbarossa
It looks a little different now.
To seek the secrets.
Where'd that cat go? How many cats do you have?
Initiation. But he lost his life on the way to the Holy Grail.
Well, I haven't seen him in a minute.
He has to wait in the mountain until
But yeah, that cat.
With the former initiation.
Cats have a lot of lives. It's probably still alive somewhere.
Barbarossa brought Christianity, but did not achieve the deeper initiation of Christianity.
You know what I mean?
Parsifal is the new Christian initiate, the great symbol that succeeds the Siegfried initiation. Siegfried conquered his lower nature, the dragon, the snake. Parsifal becomes the initiate.
Sometimes it's hard to tell if someone's alive or not.
Who is invulnerable.
Like I'm just connecting with them when they're alive.
The original
because, like, if you've died before, basically,
he no longer knows.
Like even when you were born, you died, basically.
A single life between birth and death.
You have a ghost person. A guardian angel kind of, another you, standing right there, your shadow.
People no longer looked up to Manas, Buddhi.
Because they don't get attention, they can be straight up fucking evil. Sometimes.
Was directed only toward reaching a consciousness of our connection with Christ.
Mine wasn't. Mine was way better than me.
In which the human being reaches knowledge through compassion.
I was the piece of shit.
Not compassion through knowledge, as happens in theosophy. Theosophy teaches us to recognize how we are connected with all human beings. Through it, we realize that we are ourselves responsible for what our brother does.
Mine is basically the ghost of a professional runner named Steve Prefontaine.
Had for a time to pass through a period of development where it was to find knowledge through compassion. It had to go down into the depths of compassion.
No, I figured that out later.
Also reach knowledge there.
Way later. No, we cried over
this so that people learn to know the full importance of this earthly world.
How did that happen? I don't know. Well, I don't die.
Was to educate humanity so that the significance of the earthly.
No, I am trauma.
Understood. For this reason, humanity had first.
No, yeah, exactly.
To be conducted, led down.
No, that's reincarnation.
Only then.
And that's complicated.
Come to the great achievement.
Because there's a you standing right there as well.
Culture. The progress of the Middle Ages is portrayed in legend.
A little bit of confusion. You see what I mean?
Saga to the Lohengrin saga.
But it's almost true.
This Lohengrin saga emerges.
Because who else would that baby become? Your first death. And then you get there later. Once you start to individuate.
And are based no longer on the spiritual life.
That's why I don't have a problem with certain things legally.
Material achievements were promoted in the towns, like the art of printing, for example.
But is that your argument, guys?
Without an urban culture, modern science
That's disgusting.
would not have been able to develop in the way it has.
Someone was making that argument just now.
Universities too are a consequence.
Try to make it through me. I'm like, no. No, pigs.
Without it, a Copernicus, a Kepler, a Newton, and so on.
It's not okay to eat your babies sometimes. You either mice. No, pigs don't do it very often, but some do it in a factory farm, actually. Do you ever do in the wild?
Lead us back to urban culture.
Yeah, before?
The legend
it's not cool.
Between Parsifal, the
Were you starving to death?
And Lohengrin, the son, points to the significance of urban culture.
That's rough.
Elsa von Brabant represents the town's urban consciousness in all mysticism.
Okay.
That which counteracts the physical world.
See, they got me again, just for a second.
Goethe speaks of the eternal feminine. In Egypt, this aspect was worshipped.
The same thing, almost crazy, that was true.
Let's keep in mind the Chela's stages of initiation. To begin with the cella.
I mixed my grammar, basically. So I said it in the wrong way.
The stage is that of the homeless one, where the person is torn away from the physical world, where he becomes objective toward the physical world.
That's how it is when you're born, huh? You get your soul then, huh?
He must learn to love everything equally. He does not love less, but extends his love to everything that deserves love, not only to his homeland, and so on.
No, I mean, guess so. Not really,
the
though.
second stage is where the cella.
No, it's just like, yeah. I mean, if that's what you want to call it. Say I didn't have a soul when I was born.
The disciples on the mountain have reached this stage. They are beyond space and time.
Told you.
They see Elias and Moses.
I am different.
This is why they say,
you are. I am nothing.
The third stage is that of the swan. A swan is a cella who has progressed so far that all things speak to him, including those.
That's why we're confused on this side. Like, why have I been here this whole time if that's not how that worked?
The plants on the mental plane, or rupa plane. The minerals.
Some of them are there through the whole pregnancy, turns out. I didn't know that. Well, you'd be surprised how many ghosts are around.
Oneself up to higher worlds in order to find
say hi.
Capital, the name of other beings. At that level, they utter their own
weird.
names to the cella.
I'm sitting here.
The world
and
sounds and
the ancestors of all of my neighbors
with regard to this fact
are walking in through the front door, crawling into the window, floating in, basically.
Out in ancient wise, in contest of songs,
like, holy shit,
of brotherhood,
what do I say to them if I see them?
Its preordained journey with
and also every fish they've ever killed.
He repeats this indication from the prologue in heaven at the point where Faust is taken up into higher worlds, literal translation, quote,
and many of the animals have eaten.
Sounding forth for spirit.
Trees too.
Rocky arches creak and rattle. Phoebus's
yeah, straight up. Trees too.
Clatter. What a din comes with the light.
See, I'll stop talking like that mostly.
And trumpeting.
It's louder when I talk like this, huh?
The ear is amazed. Nothing.
See, I kind of knew that.
Is heard. Close quote. It is not a matter of indifference that both the prologue in heaven, in the first part of title Faust, and the second part begin in this way. Goethe is pointing here to something very specific. It is the third stage of Kellership. The world around us starts to sound, and all things tell us their names. Jesus had reached this stage when he was to incorporate the Christ. In the White Lodge... See,
that's interesting. What do they hear? Do they hear what the recording is?
Swans were
is that because they can't hear what I can hear? That's what I've been wondering.
Name, but to whom?
Because you can't hear ghosts, right?
Lohengrin, the son of Parsifal.
That must be what's going on.
The initiate who founded urban culture.
So am I deaf, technically?
By the great Grail
possibly.
To fructify the consciousness of medieval humanity. Elsa von Brabant is a depiction of aspiring human consciousness.
But no way, right?
Which is
no, because I can still hear this.
By the surrounding world, by the master.
How does that work?
The urban consciousness represented by Elsa is to be fructified by Lohengrin, by the Holy Grail.
I know a lot of people can hear me.
The connection between Lohengrin and Elsa von Brabant is
because people have confirmed it.
Culture,
even, yeah,
spiritual task of the
charity-wise.
Race. The swan is the initiate of the third grade who introduces the master from the Great Lodge.
Even handing me a church tithing once.
Human beings must allow the master to work on them without asking about his nature. Elsa
That's actually gone really far. I still have most of it.
He gives her as being appropriate for her. The moment she starts asking about it out of curiosity,
I just needed it.
The initiate
get my fucking card.
This is all in the Lohengrin story. The initiation
maybe a smoke or two.
The Grail had been brought over by the Knights Templar from the Orient to the
not even marijuana.
Christendom's sacred site.
I got that for free.
And initiations.
Not all the time, just recently.
Directly to the future.
No, I'm taking breaks and stuff. No, God said it's okay. It's a Saturday. It's my birthday tomorrow.
From time immemorial, the onward course of human spiritual culture has been consciously determined by the progression of the sun. For about 2,200 years before 800 BC,
think about doing something else, but we'll see.
The sun passed through the constellation of Taurus. During that period, the divine was worshipped in Asia as the bull. Even before that, for the same reason, Gemini was worshipped in Persia. Good and evil, duality. Around 800 BC, the sun entered the sign of Aries, or the Lamb. This is indicated by the legend of Jason and the Golden Fleece. Christ calls himself the Lamb of God because he appeared during this sign. Today, the sun is in the sign of Pisces. The Templars pointed to the next constellation. The sun will then enter the constellation of Aquarius. Only then will Christianity really unfold. Paganism will be connected with Christianity. This culture will awaken a new John.
I
This
can hear
moment
that,
will
guys.
come when the sun is in the sign of Aquarius. John signifies Aquarius. He will be the proclaimer of a new age of Christianity. It is said that the Templar Knights were
I can mouth things people are saying from miles away sometimes, even through a computer screen if they're watching me.
Is the water carrier, Aquarius. The last phase of Christianity that stems from the initiate Lohengrin brought about the period of utilitarianism, which has now reached its zenith.
And I don't die,
The Theosophical
seemingly.
movement aspired
I'm scared
to
of
be
being
successor
tortured.
of such
I'm
a
scared of
movement
losing
as the
Garfield,
Parsifal
mostly.
One
I can
that
kill
led
myself,
on
I
from
think.
the initiate Lohengrin. Even modern materialism has its origin in great initiates. But it must be superseded by a new phase, a new cycle.
Or ask someone to do it for me like that.
Theosophy aspires to bring this about.
I had some interesting
But it
ideas.
is always the initiates who are speaking.
Well, I mean, it might as well go down with a fight, right? Against an animal.
The end of
Not really, not really. I'm not like that. I don't want anyone to show up.
You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.
Now, Garfield's still here. I'm
You
okay.
can hear these podcasts
I think.
at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and Rudolf Steiner.
Most because they're fucking evil and I don't die, I
Sole
think.
publishers of Steiner to
Because they've been in my house before. I've woke up in a lot of pain
Please consider
with my cat missing. I'm like, I should have fucking died, and I know
This is a
it.
reading of collected works of 92 by Rudolf Steiner, the listener's notes of 16 lectures, entitled The Occult Truths of Myths and Legends, in two parts. Part one was Greek and Germanic mythology. Second part, which
I don't know why I didn't call the cops.
today with,
I have a phone. That's why.
In the Latin spiritual science.
I have a fucking phone and no to ask.
Translated by Paul King.
Like, found a dead rat in my fucking fridge.
16, which was a public lecture.
Found weird evidence from my house. My dad cleaned most of it up.
December 1907, entitled Richard Wagner and His Relation to Mysticism.
The whole house was a crime scene. Basically.
Theosophy or spiritual science is not intended to be one-sided, satisfying only human inquisitiveness or a thirst for knowledge, but is meant to be a spiritual stream called upon to have a profound influence on everything we call the civilization of the present and the near future.
You like any more, Garfield?
We will get a feeling that theosophy might be capable of
I think he's fine here for now. I think he likes you too much.
We see how the impulses alive in it are fundamentally speaking.
But he doesn't mind when we go other places.
To be found not
Pretty much.
only in this theosophy,
Pretty much.
but are evident in our time as a more or less distinct presentiment in the
But would it be
most
safe?
diverse fields.
No.
Today we will look at how, in one of the greatest artists of modern times,
I've seen this
there lives
happen
a
before.
similar element to that which we find in what we call theosophy, spiritual science.
Go get him back? Yeah, typically.
One should not think that everything I shall have
But
to
it's
say
hard.
about the significant artist of modern times,
And I have to be bad fucking ass.
lived in him in his clear, rational consciousness. It would be an easy objection to say, quote, you tell us all sorts of things pertaining to Richard Wagner, but we can prove that he never thought in these terms about himself, close quote. This is an objection that anyone who considers Richard Wagner
No, it's like
today can easily raise.
layabout, does nothing.
It is not
most of his life.
in any way that what will be
Has
said
disease.
here lived in Wagner as distinct.
Just flips it one day
Whether one has
and goes
the right
fights
to
for
say
his
such a
cat.
thing is another question.
for like 6 years.
It would take too much time to go in detail into how this right is derived. But a comparison, an image can prove the justification for our considerations. Does a botanist not think about plants? Does he not look for the laws by which they grow and live? Does he not understand thereby the nature of the plant, or seek to understand it? And since the plant does not itself have these laws in its consciousness, would someone be justified in denying the botanist the right to talk about the plant in this way? If we go more deeply into this image, we will see that what will be said today relates to the artist in the same way. It is not that we will simply repeat here the general notion that artists create unconsciously, but the laws by which, From a certain perspective of the world, we understand the artist need no more be expressly defined by the consciousness of the artist than do the laws of growth by the plant. Let this be said right at the start to forestall.
Everyone thinks that's crazy, right?
Just mentioned.
Is that what everyone thinks?
Another objection that
You're
can
fucking
very
crazy
easily
to me.
arise at the present time is associated
Because you
with
can't
the word
perceive
mysticism.
what I can.
Recently, in a small circle of people, the word
Time
mysticism
totally
was
differently.
mentioned, and a somewhat erudite gentleman said that Goethe was actually also a mystic, for he admitted that there is much.
That's
in the
crazy,
world of
right?
human knowledge
That's totally
that
crazy,
remains
right?
Dark and foggy.
But that almost makes sense,
This
huh?
showed that what the man understood by mysticism, when practiced by
I told you,
was
prophets
all
started
motion
just in the Bible.
with what is foggy, unclear, dark.
You're gonna burn in fucking hell because you don't believe in God anymore.
Ever understood mysticism to be something unclear, something we can only apprehend or have an inkling of in a general feeling way. Today we can hear it said in learned circles that what we know with clarity only reaches to a certain point. After that, we begin to sink into the secrets of nature with general feelings, and that's where mysticism begins.
That was not me talking at all.
What the genuine mystic sees in mysticism,
That was my cat, Big George, talking through me.
Clearest of all, which can shine into the depths of existence with concepts bright as the sun.
Let you know
talk about the darkness
that I can tell my dad's story way better than he can, and he fucking knows it.
Means that they have not made the effort to make clear for themselves.
If his fucking ego could just let me eat it all the way.
In the first centuries,
I'd let him live.
This was called mathesis,
but it's just form, and I know it.
To be mathematics.
So I'm like, I need him fucking back.
Ideas and thoughts formed by mysticism were supposed to be as clearly transparent as the concepts of mathematics.
Physically.
We have to have patience to find our way into what true mysticism is.
There's no noise in my house.
Mysticism.
What is that?
Associated with the name of Richard Wagner, only in this sense. Let us now characterize what the fundamental.
I don't remember turning that light out in that room today.
Scientist. It is that behind our physical sense perceptible world, there is an invisible world.
Someone come in that room
is capable of
and turn that light off for me.
This invisible world. What this premise encompasses includes mysticism. Did Wagner ever express such a conviction? Indeed, he did so clearly. And most importantly, he expressed it.
In the living room, yes. In the bedroom, I do not remember that.
Indicating that for him, music, art, was more than just an adjunct to
Although I could have. Did I?
That for him, it was the most important element of life. Where he talks of symphonic music, he says wonderful words about art. He says that all symphonic music appears as a revelation from another world, which elucidates for us the interconnections of existence in a completely different way from how logic is to elucidate them.
To me,
that it is the most wonderful thing when we open ourselves to the convictions that throw
727
elements of symphonic language. They then give us a certainty of feeling, which the intellect's conclusions about the world cannot oppose. We just need to realize that these are not words mentioned casually, but must be seen as an attempt to characterize something.
I let my cat possess me again.
Of a great human understanding. Can we associate these words with the fundamental convictions of mysticism? Yes,
it's my birthday. Back up.
If you research how mystics describe their process of coming to know something, you find, for example, the following statement, not in arbitrary terms, but as something you can find as a sort of technical expression of mystics. Mystics say, in ordinary human cognition, man relies on his intellect to understand the laws of nature and of the spiritual world. But there is a higher form of knowing, in which we do not link concept with concept in the manner of the intellect, but the ideas weave together like spiritual music. This is a different way of acquiring understanding. The true mystic knows the greater certainty of this method of knowing than is to be found in the judgments of the intellect in this area. And it is curious, but every individual who really knows will describe this way of acquiring knowledge by using the image, it is more than an image, of music.
Uh-huh.
It is not just an image when, in the ancient Pythagorean school, they spoke of the music of the spheres.
Right.
Shallow academic philosophy
No.
regards the music of the spheres as an image, as a comparison with something. But one who knows what it is really about also knows that the Pythagorean music of the spheres is a reality.
Exactly.
And that there is a training of the mind and spirit whereby the sounds of this music can
basically. Yep, completely.
It has often been said that we are surrounded by worlds of a spiritual kind that initially we cannot see.
Yep, I am.
Just as a blind person is surrounded by a world of color,
George is not.
Which they don't see. When their eyes are operated on, brilliance,
asexual,
color, and light, which were previously not available, now open up to them. Such an open
I am not, it used to be.
Capacity
basically, though.
Also exists. It is just a matter of opening the higher senses. Then the higher worlds appear out of the darkness. And we call the closest world.
Not completely, but almost at this point. It's still straight a little bit.
That surrounds us, the light world, or astral world.
But I look at trees.
And
I have a crush on like this tree and this mountain over here.
World of the music of the spheres. This is a reality the human being can be born into through a kind of higher
free goddesses.
Just as the blind person can become sighted when operated on.
Maybe even a god or two, but not really. That's gay to me.
Initiated speak undisguisedly of this
No, I respect them a lot. I love them.
We only have to think of Goethe's words. Certainly many
like I love him.
regard what is about to be said as something fantastical.
You know what I mean?
They will even regard it as unartistic to say.
That's what I mean.
Because with regard to an
it's a different kind of love.
Work, they would rather leave the poet floating in vagueness. The great poet,
even though I basically had that same love for George, asexually.
To describe something specific. When he
the
says,
same love I have for George and Garfield.
Forth in ancient wise.
You know what I mean? But it's still true love.
To something profound.
You understand, Garfield?
It's just a phrase, since the physical sun doesn't sound. And we should not assume an empty phrase of this nature in a poet like Goethe, who worked from perception. As an initiate, Goethe knows that such a sounding world exists, a spiritually sounding world, and he holds to this image. And when, in part 1,
same way I love all of them now,
lifted up after his aberrations, into the
whether you think that's idolatry or not.
Find, quote, the new day is
but
already born.
Trust me, I don't put any God before God, but I do put them right next to him. Call me a pagan if you want, they're real too.
Image when he wants to describe the spiritual world.
Hey, there's a really powerful trinity of gods. Duh.
Were an expression, a revelation of an inner music, of the world of spiritual sounding in the harmony, pulsating.
But you knew who Jesus Christ was, right?
He sensed it.
Adam was back.
He said this himself more than once.
Basically.
Where he describes the individual instruments, he says, quote, the primal organs
Adam Kadmon,
head of nature, are represented
in a mortal man.
What they express can never be clearly defined and fixed, for they reflect the primal feelings themselves as they emerged from the chaos of the first.
It's not exactly who God is.
When perhaps human beings
no, he's the Einsoft, right?
Yet exist, who could receive them into their heart. Close quote. Our approach to these words should not be too intellectual.
Where did infinite energy come from, guys?
Then we feel how
I know at least, if not temporally, but I know at least a little bit.
This is how Wagner saw his whole artistic mission. He is not an artist who merely wants to give expression to whatever happens to be living.
Why, though?
He tries to sense what is required.
It's within it.
From the place where
I believe
himself in the course of evolution.
I can't explain why. It's not temporal. It's just logical.
Into the human past, when what we call
zero goes before infinity on a number line.
Here we touch on a profound point which occupied Wagner.
I believe creation exists because I had to for God to exist.
The same point that Nietzsche contemplated so deeply and tried to describe
the way he does now, as infinite being. He had to prove himself
we won't pursue
against every other creature in the primordial waters where he came from.
Can tell us more than Nietzsche was able to bring to
that's how creation worked. It was a fucking battle.
Conditions of human development.
That's why there's a Saturday.
All the peoples of antiquity, the Egyptians, the Greeks, and so on, had mystery centers.
Because more than one God won that battle at one point.
As schools.
The most powerful one you call Yahweh.
Culture, and also simultaneously religion,
technically,
science, and art.
Because he's married to power.
Let us try in rough outline to imagine ourselves in the nature
Ashura.
of the mysterium. What did someone experience there, who, having passed certain tests, had been admitted to hear the mysteries? They experienced something which emerged later.
I call her
in the course
Sekhmet,
of development
because she has a lion's head.
Religion, art, and science.
But it's the same goddess.
One in their
over thousands of years in a different language.
Imagine yourself as a beholder and listener in the mysterium. Let us take the case.
You can call Yahweh
the
Ptah,
mysterium, the riddle of
basically.
worlds presented to the human individual. It was depicted how spiritual forces
If he's infinite
descended,
mind,
how they live in the mineral, in the plant, how they become more perfect in the animal, and how they become self-conscious in man. The whole course of the cosmic spirit was depicted in such a way that eyes could see it all. And what eyes
I asked
saw,
infinity
ears heard,
how it was doing
color, in light, in tone.
one day.
This was wisdom, knowledge. These people, unlike today, did not take in by means of abstract ideas.
And a being that I call Zeus, right,
It was depicted. They saw
said,
that.
I am that I am,
The
Yahweh.
depiction was also beautiful at the same time. Thus art arose. Truth was given in the form of art.
The same
We were
exact
absorbed in
energy.
art in such a way that the human heart
That's how I figured out. I'm like, duh, huh?
sank down.
Even linguistically, if you look at it closely, go to Rome.
This was present in the primal condition of every great culture.
Jove,
External history
Jove,
knows little about
Jehovah,
this and denies it,
Eoe.
but no matter. In 20 years, it will
In
no
ancient
longer
Latin.
deny such things. And just as these three were united in the original mysteries,
That's why when the Jews came to Rome, they made the cult of Yahweh Sabaoth illegal.
Dramatic portrayal were
It's like, no,
united as one. And
we
also
worship
at
differently
that
than you.
primal time,
We don't want
art
that
was
here.
United, presenting a totality. It was clear to him that
They're
because
duotheism.
human development had to take, the arts had to go separate ways.
There's a little more than that.
But now in his time, so he believed, the
They're
epoch
pretty hardcore about some things.
when a reuniting had to take place.
And they relate to the
He
Carthaginians
himself called upon in the sphere of his ability
really closely,
to bring about a reunion of the separated streams,
who they were at war with.
which he called a, quote, total work of art, close quote, Gesamtkunstwerk. He felt that a true work
Who
of
worshipped
art
a god called
had
Baal
a
Haman.
religious tinge in it. Thus, for him, a work of art was also religious service. We must think of all this in his feeling and try to sense it ourselves. If we follow his thought into
They basically understood it was the same God, actually, even though in Canaan there was a rivalry between the two. The word Baal and the word Adonai.
He regarded Shakespeare and Beethoven as great artists. He saw in Shakespeare a dramatist who, with a wonderful inner coherence, brought human actions.
Yahweh Elohim means
expressed
Yahweh and the gods, technically. Those angels, those sons of God in Job.
To portray with the same wonderful inner coherence what took place internally in the breast, what did not pass over into external action, into gesture.
And Satan is one of them.
He said to himself, this is something
And Lucifer's
that
one too.
precisely, but which has to remain unspoken. For
There's a
between
few
one
more.
action and another, there is something in the human breast that serves as a mediator.
We'll talk about that later.
Change into the form of dramatic
Well,
art.
so is Jesus Christ.
And when inner human feeling is expressed in a symphony, it has to remain held in itself, as it were, when the musician is required to remain in tone. We see in Beethoven's Symphony No. 9 how what is living inwardly in the soul finally finds its way out and becomes language.
The Logos.
It is in the choral section of the last
Christ.
movement. Wants to unite
Basically.
what is divided in art, but in human nature belongs
But we'll
to
talk about that relationship later, though.
This was Wagner's
How
feeling
Adam
about his mission. His idea of a total work
It's more
of
than
art
just
arose from it,
an angel.
which was to place the human being within art as a whole being. He should be within it experiencing his inner nature. And he should have the possibility of letting what lives so
more than just a man too.
emerge outwardly as action.
Trust me.
What cannot be expressed externally as drama can be supplied by music. What music
Who the fuck do you think Lucifer was, guys?
External drama. Richard Wagner represents a synthesis of Shakespeare and Beethoven. This is Wagner's.
I just can't shut up about it.
A fundamental idea that is drawn deeply from the innermost nature of the human being. This is what he felt his mission to be. But now art had been shown away into the innermost of human nature.
Trust me.
Richard Wagner could not be an everyday dramatist. It had to be possible to.
He's not that bad, not like Satan can be, trust me.
Experience through the highest means of art, as once in the Mysterium. When we realize how in symphonic music, Wagner sees the revelation of an unknown world, how he sees primal organs of creation in the various instruments, we soon begin to see how he feels it to be necessary to reveal more of the human being in his music dramas than we find here in the physical world. This, in the physical world, is only a part of human nature. Overarching this part is the higher man that lives in every person's inner being, and which is far more than can be outwardly expressed. This
right now,
man that surrounds the ordinary individual,
he's already there with them.
Encompassing glory.
No, he's already back.
Is more deeply connected with.
No, he's standing behind.
And can be clearly
Mom.
Evident externally.
You know, power.
But in one.
That's why the world's like this.
With this higher human nature, Wagner cannot use ordinary.
Because everyone wants to be that torchbearer right now.
He must have recourse.
But they're torchbearing for the wrong fucking things.
The figures in myth are depicted as growing beyond themselves. They are, and wish to be, far greater than a person of the physical plane could or would wish to be. Thus also connected with Wagner's mission is the fact that he goes beyond the everyday person and brings myth onto the stage.
Yeah, I mean, they don't talk about the goddess very much.
Wagner must allow,
that's because you shouldn't get to her like that. You're not that pious.
World laws.
Try Mary. She's an intercessor for her.
To be illuminated by the dramatic action, by the musical element, and as he does. Naturally, we cannot go into all the details. We can
both of them can be, actually.
It will be evident everywhere how, in his deepest being,
hey, and more than that, and more than that, and more than that too. It turns out every other religion is right.
For example, what does mysticism?
But Christianity technically won for a reason, I believe.
For external observation, people are just
at the end of time.
It sees individuals having effects on.
We have to respect that.
In the physical world,
but Islam's a close second.
Becoming dependent on one another.
And it's still growing.
But there are deeper connections in human nature. What lives as soul in one breast.
I just want people to get behind that.
Of what lives as soul in another breast.
What do you think they do in the Middle East, guys?
The laws that are evident on the surface are only the most insignificant ones. The deep network of laws that lies behind the soul.
Anyways,
goes from individual.
Someone's laughing. It's okay. I wasn't actually laughing.
By spiritual science. This is sensed by the artist. This is why
my camera sometimes
subject matter by which he can show.
Yeah,
how
never mind.
There is a deeper law at work between person and person than can be seen by the external eye. Straight away, in one of his first works, Richard Wagner shows us this urge to present mysterious connections. For do we not feel something of what moves invisibly between one person and another when the Dutchman appears with Senta? Are we not reminded of the wonderful connections entitled Poor Henry, where the sacrifice of a pure maiden has a redemptive effect? We need to see such pictures as the expression of a deeper truth. This is something more true than the superficial truth of ordinary erudition. This is something real in the sacrifice a person makes.
If by that point of view I'm some sort of form of demon,
bond, which is unintelligible to the superficial.
If that's what this is,
it comes to express,
Taran Miller,
for example,
not Big George.
When we speak clearly of the all soul,
maybe Garfield even too.
This contains what comes to expression in an image of
I am the oldest fucking demon.
Something for another. I will now say something that spiritual science is able to demonstrate, so as to make this somewhat clear.
Which everybody should know.
We know that
is an infinite pair dancing,
during the course of evolution, some beings are always
giving birth to everything else.
There is a law taught by spiritual science which says,
isn't that God and her right? No, that's zero.
Connected with the decline.
I'm talking back before God was
Later,
God.
Balancing out takes place. For every saint, a sinner must arise. It requires a necessary equilibrium.
Where does it say that?
It sounds very strange, but it is true.
Where does it say that?
It is like when a fluid...
I can tell you something else if we read Genesis together. You'd have to believe me, because I know language better than you do.
Murkier. This is how it is with ascent. Every rise is connected with a fall. This necessitates that the being that has risen must use his power to redeem the other, the lower being.
Let there be light, right?
Interaction between beings.
But clearly, grammatically,
development in the world.
Not the first thing that happened.
It brings evolution.
It says in the beginning.
And when we see
just before I start, right? Because they're getting all excited. Flipping open their Bible. Another scripture.
Mysterious bond that arose.
But I'm saying, I know it in Hebrew.
The other fell lower. Such a thing
you know it in English.
Tentatively hinted at.
Can I recite it? No.
Wagner is already in the midst
but I've studied people who can.
Bond that goes from soul to soul.
Ears ringing.
When we look at his various works, we find that Wagner always drew his basic facts from mystical life. Let's look at his central
It should say,
his work on
win on high.
Nibelung.
Or just win.
In order to see how deeply...
Enuma Elish, even in Babylonian, if you want to go that far back. Trust me, the languages are the same that far back.
No matter how much it contradicts present-day science. Our far distant ancestors...
I'm talking before the Tower of Babel.
Land,
kind of, in your point of view.
Between Africa and America. Even science is gradually realizing...
what they were talking about back then, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Land we call Atlantis.
It might contradict some of your views. You're very conservative.
Lived there, albeit in very
even some holy men flipped open their Bible just now.
Today is beginning to talk about this ancient Atlantis. In the periodical titled Cosmos, published under the...
So, if we say when God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. Even if it's in the beginning. When in the beginning? Yeah, sometime in the beginning. Right? But I'm sure there's a lot of beginning before that. Didn't say in the absolute beginning of time, before time existed. It says in the beginning.
There was a completely different...
But it's a good fucking story. Okay, let's continue.
What we know today is the separation of sun.
God created the heavens.
Water in the air did not exist at that time.
So I can't speak Hebrew, but I can speak a little bit of Greek,
of mist masses,
which the Septuagint, the oldest version of the Bible, is in.
A rainbow-like halo.
Is that fair? It was written in the Library of Alexandria. We don't have the older scriptures.
The way people live.
Is there older scriptures than that? Yes.
More inward connection with nature, with stone, plant, and animal.
Very much older than that. I'm talking back to ancient Sumer. Before they found the Holy Land. We have them on tablets.
For what was preserved as an echo in the peoples descended from the Atlanteans.
Where did Abraham come from? Ur.
The case in the Atlanteans themselves.
Were they called God and Lil?
The trickling of the spring was not inarticulate. It was the expression of the wisdom of nature. People heard wisdom coming from all things in their
no.
For these surroundings brought it about.
Or Anki.
Ancestors were dimly clairvoyant. They did not perceive what was spread out in space, but saw color phenomena.
Sometimes just
they had clairvoyant forces. There was wisdom weaving in the mists, and they perceived this wisdom with their dim forces.
Anlil is infinity. Anki is the thing that builds up to it.
As water, and the air became clearer and clearer. Through this, man evolved to this present state of consciousness.
And maybe even 0 too.
He became closed
What's between
from external nature.
1 and 2.
He became a being enclosed in himself. When man is still living in nature,
the earth was without form and void. I think that conversation was important. Understand this next fucking phrase.
Everyone perceives
what the fuck does that mean?
Everyone lives in the soul of the other.
Without form,
the descent of the mist,
a wave is a form.
Human being enters
that's
into
silent.
Consciousness, into I consciousness, where each person feels their own center.
And void?
Where each
vacuum is something. It's energy that can hold things apart. That is density.
turns into the struggle for survival. Myths
And that is
legends are
frozen.
not what academic analyses maintain them to be. What are legends?
That is alone.
They are the remnants.
That is
of the
fucking
ancient,
cold.
clairvoyant experiences of our ancestors. That is a fact.
Love you, Garfield.
Assertions that myths signify a battle of one people against another are nonsense. Academics.
748, Garfield. That's even better in a way. 7-4 infinity. George doing a good job. And darkness was over the face of the deep. That's her and him in the beginning. I don't remember the word for darkness, but I do know the word for deep. They're both actually gods and goddesses in the ancient language that I was written in. They were capital words, not lowercase. You could say Nix and Erebus. Say Nix and Okeanos. In Greek. But in the ancient Hebrew, the deep was feminine. Dehom. Tiamat. Try to finish before 8 o'clock. And the face was hovering over the face of the deep. You know what I mean? Because it was somebody. The deep was a woman. And a man too. Because what was over? That means interlaced. There was no form yet. I'm talking in ancient fucking languages. When this was all just added later. A lot of the words. No. If you go back to the ancient tablets, Apsu and Tiamat were interlaced. The fresh and briny water. And God said, so at this point, we're somewhere in the beginning still. There's a lot of things within the deep. Within the darkness. A lot of things. Within the deep. And within the darkness. In the beginning. And then God said, let there be light. And there was light. In that moment, we can stop there, basically. But I'll go on for a minute. How many beings do you think were destroyed? How many demons do you think that lightning bolt destroyed? I told you who he was, who God was. Not some little torchbearer, the scepter bearer. And they used to portray him with the lightning in his hand. Boom! Thunder. It's my name, Taran. Taran in Welsh. Boom. That's why I'm doing this. Anyways, that's basically good enough. He called the light day that he willed. And the thing that was there before, he called her night. But she was already there before as darkness. And so were the waters. Everything else came afterwards. And what's 7 days to God? Not your day and night. There's more worlds than this. But this one's really fucking important. It's almost right in the middle, but it's actually just a little bit to the right of infinity. Well, it's infinite within infinite. God's infinite mind and infinite power, infinite order, infinite good. But there's more than that that can be thought of, that can be felt, that can be experienced. What does that even mean? It just means, I don't even know. No, he's the absolute order. When he said, let there be light, he said, let there be order. I need to see. And then the 7 days, which was a fucking battle to get everything the way it was. I don't care how powerful you are. You couldn't have done it 7 days and nights. Because you're battling time. Satan, in a way. You know what I mean? As time hits you, you don't know where it went sometimes. I do. Maybe not like you do. But I do. Lost a lot of people. See you at church tomorrow. Let it be dark tonight. But not evil. Guess what? Darkness just conceals evil. But when they're that fucking bad, you know what I mean? They do it in the daytime. Is that a challenge? Yeah, basically. I thought I was going to break my fucking house at any fucking point. You just steal my bag, you little bitch. Don't worry about that. We'll handle it. Trust me. It's been more than that. At least I hope. In fact, I know it for sure. Aman. Love you, Garfield. Give me a hug and a kiss. My purr son. My purring son. My son at night. George, my son during the daytime, trust me. I mean, both of them at night, but when Garfield wasn't there at night, I get pissed off. George remembers that well. You know what I mean? Even though it's basically fine. Garfield, I'm eating your pizza, dude. No, he's more of a lasagna guy, personally. He's making the right kind of lasagna. No, tomato sauce technically upsets the stomach a little bit, but not really anymore. Mo and George impervious to everything, basically, except for... Yeah, well, his breathing wasn't very good ever. Kind of like mine, technically. But not really. Just my breath work. It was all right. It's not like advanced ever. That's why I can't shut up. Usually when you get this much going on in your mind, in this way, spiritually, you've mastered breath work and yoga. I did not. I just got dancing powers. And I needed to become more flexible. So I got just flexible enough. To really only complete like a quarter of my Kundalini. But complete the whole thing, which I don't know if I could actually do alone. I've already kind of tried, and I can't seem to get any farther. Something's preventing me. But I'm already so powerful. I've annihilated guys with a whole Kundalini many times. Because I have an infinite Kundalini. No, it's rings down my back. Made out of some sort of crystal. That when I lean backwards, it crushes, it cracks. Over and over and over again. And my knuckles too. some sort of salt, basically. So I lean back, it breaks. And it forms again and again and again. I'm pretty damn sure. It's not just popping my back. Because sometimes I release a vapor. And it blends with the smoke that I breathe in. And you wouldn't believe what you just missed if they were fucking with this. Because they try to totally recall me every time that happens. And they're going to go to prison for it. And I fucking know it. Something on my computer when I'm recording. Saying everything that happens before I die, basically. You know what I mean? In the craziest way possible. Because I know they're coming. But I think they came before, and I'm still alive somehow. But I know it's more than that, more than that, more than that too. And you probably wouldn't believe the rest. So I won't even go there. You ever seen Hellraiser? The future is now, guys. Some of the technology you guys can afford, it's fucking creepy, guys. And what some people do with it now, it's fucking fucked up. No, check it out. I'm way more rich than you, dude. No, dude, I'm more rich. No, I'm more rich. Check it out. I have more stuff. No, I have way more stuff. No, I have the nicest stuff. No, I have more money. No, I have way more money. Look what I can afford. No, look what I can fucking afford. Oh, yeah, look what I can afford this and you can't. Oh, yeah, look what I can do with my house. Look what I can do with my car. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, look how nice, look how cool I am. Wow, no, I do this and I do fucking that. Good for you. I can't. But I can kick your fucking ass. That's how you guys seem to me sometimes. Let's go in the backyard. Is it an animal or a human? Light on. Let me sure it's on. This is okay. Yeah, it's on. Go. I heard from back there. That's all. Yeah, I can hear. I left my doors open under my house for cats to come in and stuff, or whatever animals are crawling down there. I don't fucking mind. Why would I care? Garfield's on a leash. George made friends with the fucking possum when I have a possum in my yard. It's cool. And if they don't like him, they'll kill him. At least back then. Now that's illegal. Garfield. For you it is. You're hyper conscious. And since you're technically a murderer, yep, for killing that. Yep. The fucking mama of the groundhogs around here, or the gophers. Yeah, the gophers. Yeah, he killed the biggest gopher, maybe the history of this county. It was tearing up everyone's yard, all its babies were, for a long time, and a long time afterwards. I remember. But one day, Garfield came in the yard with something in his mouth as big as him. It's like when cats kill a rabbit, but more impressive, actually. That was a rare find. I should have, if I was really like that kind of biologist, you know what I mean? I'd recognize that. Might have been moved now. Might have decayed. I don't know. Maybe something ate it. Finally, I was hoping. I was leaving it there for the possum. Hope he found it. Did he? He didn't find that, no. But that would have been delicious, huh? Damn it. Oh, well. The ants did, I bet. Well, he was still alive when I found him. Yeah, George and Garfield were taking turns, technically. But it's Garfield's fault. You see, George already got the death penalty, Garfield. You just got life in prison. You're in life imprisonment. You don't know what that gopher was? The biggest gopher anyone's ever seen, dude. That thing was huge. The little tiny gophers around here, they're not very big. Some pocket gophers get big. That one was really fucking big. No, Garfield used to kill them all the time. George too. They'd eat him wholesome. George would. Garfield, he's just a murderer. No, he's a kibble man. He's getting pissed off right now. He's like, this actually makes sense, though. I'm understanding my imprisonment more from that perspective. From a legal perspective. I can almost get behind that. How big was your fish, man? Huh? Right? How big was that fish, dude? You know what I mean? Here's your punishment. Is that fair? Not technically. Not as far as how conscious these beings are. And how much pain fucking hurts. And how smart they can be. In spite, what would you look like you were doing, if you had the body of a fish? Huh. I'm a fish. Oh, hey, fish, how you doing? Yeah, I'm hungry too. Swimming? Oh, really? Yeah, cool. See you later. Current's taking me this way. Oh, what are you doing? I'm running from the enemy. No, they're right there. Hey, turn this way. Unless they don't care about that guy, you're like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Which often they don't. It's a fish eat fish world. You see, ground squirrels and gophers do. They build tunnels together. Do they fight sometimes? Sure they do. But do house cats care when the other one dies? Hell yeah. They build colonies together. All the time. Bigger ones than dogs do. And the most of them get along. And when they fight, they get over it often. Till they steal a kill. Or they think they're going to try again. Sometimes they just got a fucking attitude. Because they don't live in a colony. They have their own territory. And they're spoiled little brats. Because some human loves them really much. You know what I mean? How well they understand English? Sometimes even better than dogs do. Just the grammar. Because dogs are smell monsters. No, they got big old brains. And they're super smart. Dog got offended a little bit. You understand English perfectly? Perfectly? You'd almost do? You almostly? Something like that? Yeah. You almostly do. There you go. Basically. You're always talking to them, not talking back, so they don't always get it. It's like a mute, almost. Cats get it better, actually, almost. But not really, technically, because we talk to our dogs a lot more than most people do. But yes, actually, even though dogs often have a bigger vocabulary, cats understand grammar better than dogs do. They just don't listen because they're assholes. But some of them listen really well, don't they? It's better because someone's dogs do. Certain sounds, you know what I mean? Dogs are bred that way, in a way that cats are not. To respond to things. No, the breeding with dogs has been way more intense. Because we treat them like a tool, often. When they're people too. And sometimes they suffer as a result their whole lives. More than cats do. Except for some cats. Cats are usually treated worse. They breed even faster. Male cats are typically a little worse with children. Male dogs. Typically. No, guys, see, George was never sexually attracted to anything. He was unified. I'm looking up because humans have a thing for landscapes and a way that cats don't. No, they look at different things that way, like birds. No, they love birds. Cats do. And I fucking know it. They love crawling under things and sleeping. No, they really love it. See, Garfield didn't used to like to crawl under the blanket. He always used to sleep on top of the blanket. George would, but he'd crawl up on top of stuff. But now that he can't crawl up on top of stuff, I won't let him. Because he'll technically be safer, but not really even, because they can shoot you baby gun. Trust me, you get down. Hope they hit you. I'm up close to them. Far away, they can't seem to anymore. I know that's happened. No, he's come home with some pretty gnarly wounds. Cat fighting? I don't think so. He did get in fights. But some of the wounds he came home with look like bullet holes. I was like, maybe, but that's not shaped like that. How would he do that? I'm not stupid. A little crazy. Whatever you want to say about me, my values and all. I know you don't believe that about me loving my cats as much as you love your wife or children. But with the life I've had, and it's been way harder than it seemed, on the outside, trust me, when you're really fucking sick and everyone fucking hates you, and you could be a violent criminal and maybe be good at it because you're not stupid, but you decide to sit home. And you're fucking crazy. And you're not as fucking weak as you look. You know, you're not as inept as you look. You know, when I get into something, I'm pretty fucking good at it. Right now, I'm into fucking this, which I'm not that good at. I'm just a beginner. So I can't get this curse off me. Talk about myself. But I'm fighting the fucking enemy. More ways than one. And I'm fucking winning. Because I had a really cool fucking cat. A couple of them. I'm training them. In the beginning, I was really fucking good. When I was like, they'll be fine at home for now. But then George died. So I'm like, George, you're God. Learn how to be God. I was already bad at being quiet. So when he got my brain, a cat that turns out was really loud in his head all the time. And yes, in English often. Garfield is too. Trust me. No, I figured it out later. When me and Garfield connected like that. And George too after he died. And Precious too. Precious 3. Because I'm like, she's buried up there. She's my other cat. I'm like, yes, she's in here too. Like they're buried next to each other. Technically, they're married in the afterlife. Because they're both virgins. Eternally. And now I'm possessed by them and I'm teaching them how to be, well, basically a human. But a lazy fucking human. Because cats are fucking lazy. See, all the ghosts are reacting. I'm possessed by millions of them. At least. All the time. No. Legion, not even close. No, it's an army. So fucking big. Of ghosts. Right around this mountain. You wouldn't fucking believe it. You just can't see it. I'm like, the wind whips around here. What do you think those are? Spirits. Some of them are even yours that I can interact with in weird ways. So I'm yelling at you. And you're not even conscious of it. Like a master back in the day who was just fucking crazy. Lived with the fucking dogs. Or the cats even. Sitting there in the street begging, just raving. Mad. No, they're fucking holy people. Treat them that way. But sometimes they get possessed. Lately, it's worse because of methamphetamine mostly. Which I used to do. For like 7 fucking years. Off and on. Never as bad as like basically any other methamphetamine addict I've ever met, pretty much. Pretty much. Honestly. Because I just never had the money. But I did in other ways that were questionable. I want to say out loud. Why do you think I know they have my DNA? Man, marijuana, from my point of view, though, does make me questionably powerful. I love you, Garfield. Garfield, he wants everyone to know how powerful he is. Well, See, it's hard to tell that story to human beings. But Garfield's got a crazy story to tell. But it's getting a little late, Garfield. It's 8:30. And your dad's got a big ego. And no one cares if you can walk through walls and teleport and travel through time and kill them in their dreams and they stay dead sometimes. He's all blinking slowly, let me know. No one cares if the devil said that you're the devil. Well, really, time did. And time can be the devil, the adversary. Remember, this is a spiritual fucking universe. But time's not the devil. Really. What about the change of the seasons? And how beautiful that is. What about when someone's sad like that? And how beautiful that is. It's the only way to get over it. Really. But they never really die. Just change of clothes. Turns out. And their breath, their spirit, you're always sharing it. Always. Sometimes they go a little farther. But just remember them. They're always in the water. Literally. Your water that you're made out of, you fucking skin sacks. That's what a ghost man would say, huh? It's exactly what a ghost man would say. No fucking way, right? No, not even close. So I'm talking on the phone. Talking on the phone, I'm interacting with another quantum particle. Directly. And I'm not trying to gauge responses. Invisibly. So on camera, I look like I'm laughing to what I'm saying. But I'm possessed by a lot of ghosts. Be surprised what people thought was funny back in the day. Before we got really, really good at comedy. Which I'm not. I'm just telling my story. And someone's laughing at me. It's interesting. Why did I laugh? I don't even know. It doesn't make sense to me logically. That wasn't funny. Huh, right? Someone's doing next, they want to kill me. I believe. Or they're talking shit about me. But you think it's funny because I'm crazy. Well, if you think it's funny because I'm crazy, then you're fucking crazy too. And you're pissed off? Yep, you're crazy. If you're really annoyed, you're fucking crazy. I'll stop pandering. Ethereal Father, mighty Titan here, great fire of gods and men, whom all revere. That's almost freaky, huh? What do you think the ether is? That we exist within time. And I know it. Call it a fallen world. Where do you think heaven is sometimes? Where do you think hell is? Often, right fucking here. In every way you can imagine when I'm saying that. It's spiritual. And yeah, physically too. In space as well. And in time as well. If we don't do this right, this place could become hell. For real. The way you imagine it. The Antichrist already has his tentacles through everything. Problem is, everyone wants to be the fucking Antichrist. They're all like just, jostling right now. And they kind of know it. Luckily, everyone wants to be Jesus Christ as well. I know I'm not. But I am something kind of cool you weren't expecting. And I do have magic powers, but they give me talk all the time, so I can't focus on destroying them. Just telling my story, but just what? In a different way, that can destroy them. Psychologically. The ones I'm really focused on right now.
God in time will take care of the rest. How? I told you the goddess is powerful. How do you think he did it? He had a family. Basically, before he did anything, guys. That's why God could be God. His dad was standing right behind him, pushing him forwards. After they beat their dad, the darkness, the water. Never completely just into submission, the Leviathan. The behemoth is more like God's other half, guys. It's like his dog. Is it a bad dog sometimes? Yeah, Fenrir can be, can't it? That makes sense, huh? Cerberus, right? Where Adam is, Hades. The Lord of the Underworld, the first person to die, the first man to enter Sheol, the pit. The first man to Tartarus, really? The fields of punishment? The hell you imagine? The hell you've been to, maybe? So have I. Yeah, that fucking place. It's real. I know it. So I'm like, you'll fucking go there. It's not just fucking fire and brimstone. No, it's fucking bad. All right, 842. Can I get an amen? Ghosts. Sometimes there's just the smoke coming up sometimes. Puff of smoke. Sometimes. No, not like a cigarette. Come on. No, they're not that bad. But some things can be. Trust me. And we kind of know it after a while. But hey, I'm a plant medicine guy still. But you have to be one in infinity first. Protect your lungs. They're still growing. And your brain too. Still growing. And alcohol? Yeah, I think 22 is better, honestly. Unless you're like with grown adults occasionally. And the community needs to be more involved there when you see a young man drinking like that or on drugs too. Honestly. I'm good now. I just meant like a teenager. When they're slipping after high school, fuck, they're 18, maybe even 21, 22. You know what I mean? It's not very old. And nowadays, the way our brains work now, because of all the fucking how lazy we are mostly, we hit our adolescence later. Yeah, we're bigger than we used to be because we eat more. But we hit our adolescence much later, and it lasts longer too. That's why if you look at a picture of a guy from World War I or World War II, they're like 18 and they look my age. Easily. You know what I mean? Where are we more healthy? We're not. We're just bigger. And we have medicine and certain rituals that they didn't do back then. And yeah, vaccines. No, vaccines. That's all it is. All it is. The problem is, guys, I think they're more advanced than we think. I think they're smarter than that. You know what I mean? But fucking stupid when it comes down to it. Because they don't believe in God. It's like, if that's true, and that eventually you get down. See, I get there faster than people who are smarter than me sometimes. Because I'm just smart enough. So I don't get stuck on all the fucking details like these fucking super cerebral guys do. I just go with my heart and I'm like, okay, well, yep, he's right, and he's right, right? I understand why. Even if I couldn't get there myself, but guess where I can get? Faster than they did. All the way to the end of it. When I was an atheist. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm studying it. I'm pretty advanced on it. You know what I mean? I just don't have the math, basically. Thank you, drugs. But not really, guys, not really. I would have done that anyways. If I hadn't done them. So, not really. It's not true. Don't try that. It's not recommended route for college. Because you can't get a job afterwards. At least it's hard to. But what you get at the end of physics, and biology too, you're just like, okay, what's left? What is this? Now, what is this? Why do I care? But why do I care? But why do I still care? When you're just not sure if you will be there after you die. I know you will be. No, I know you will be. No, you might die one day. But it won't be that bad typically. Until you get into it a little more. At first, it's not that bad. You just died. You have to watch your family grieve now. But you're with the ones that you missed. But right now, it's a hard one. Because it's the end of the fucking world, technically. In a way. We're changing cycles. I've been saying that. That's why I'm crazy now. That's why my life went this way. That's why this was allowed in this world. Period.
Because back in the day, my community would have been more involved. Period. No, someone would have put their foot down and been like, hey, man, I got a job for you. A long time ago. Before I got this bad. And once I understood, I need my cats with me. Boom. A couple of them tried to. Didn't work out. I realized I'm sick. Something that they often didn't recognize back then. Until someone got really spiritual. Which I would have gotten a long time ago. If I knew it was real. But when you don't know it's real, and this starts happening to me, you're like brain chemistry. Something about brain chemistry. I don't even believe in brain chemistry anymore. We don't even understand brain chemistry. We think we do. Like, if brain chemistry is real, why does tobacco fuck me up every time? Because I'm spiritually permeable. No, in a really interesting way. No, Jesus told me to. Basically, I remember being in church. I already had these ideas, right? But I converted, basically, but never really. Because Jesus told me, they told me to go to church. The gods told me to go to church. That I already believed in. Basically, because I was a scientist. Like, okay, that's true, and that's true, and that's conscious, and that's conscious, and that's conscious. That's what God is. Basically, it's building up from there. And then I understood monotheism, basically. You know what I mean? I built the pyramid. I'm like, okay, that's what it is. Pantheism, basically, but it's really dynamic and blah, 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 so on and so forth. And that's to explain the angels and all that scientifically, and it all makes sense. And that's true, and that's true, and that's true, too. And duh, and duh, and duh, and duh. And no one lies. It's not like that. No, they want to prove it. And other people are checking them like, no, you're fucking wrong. I'm better. It's a fucking fallen world. Rocket ships are real. It's not like that kind of world. Like some of us really think it is. It's not a flat earth. But if you're a hyper time being like me, sometimes you see it as like a hyper toroid and it's shaped like a figure 8. And more than that, and more than that, and more than that too, but I can't explain it to you humans right now. But when you see the world like a cat, what does the sphere even look like? No, you don't understand where they're from. Somewhere else, dude. No, they're straight up fallen angels, the house cats. So we fucking burn them alive. We kind of knew it back then. Now, trust me, we knew it back then. No, we really knew it back then. Because lions ate us still. Guys, one is dead. Is that a lion? Yeah, it was a lion. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it. I'm getting powerful again. So I discovered something. While in many ways humans lead the way consciously, we're not the only ones with souls. Get over it, humans. Fuck. I'm sick of it. I'm telling you. Some of those powerful fucking ghosts of all fucking time are ghosts of the animals who came before us. And more than that, and more than that, and more than that too, turns out. It's an infinite universe. Why do you limit God so much, Christians, still? Good night. It's not that complicated, okay? When it gets to the end of it, right, we have proven quantum physics. We have proven relativity. And we've proven more than that, and more than that, and more than that too, with biology mostly now. That's the direction these physicists need to take when they're reaching all these weird things. Like, what is this fucking shit over here, and this shit over here, and this shit over here doing? Living. Duh. Just think about it. Why did we evolve those religions? You really don't believe in cavemen? I don't care. A wink to God, for God to close his eyes even once. A cycle changes. Some people understand this. The Hindus do, at least. In the East, they typically do. Buddhists as well. You're wrong, Hindus. Nope, you're Buddhists. Yep. I said the same thing to Christians. I'm like, no, Islam's right. That's what they say too, pretty much. Jews as well. A lot of Christians too, actually. When they get into it, it's like, okay, fine, Taran. Just some hardcore people that aren't going to be convinced. Testing their souls. Want to go to church. On my last birthday, I gave a speech about this kind of shit. I'm probably not going to do this today, but maybe, who knows. I don't know if I can. It's not really like that for me. It's like, okay, whatever. I'll put up a sign, dude, afterwards. I really mean it. It's like some people are that serious. Picketers. Maybe you need to be a picketer. That's where I have to go. Not for money, just for God. They're fucking evil. Nope. I figured it out. Nope, they're fucking evil. Nope, the humans mostly. No, I figured it out. Mostly humans are evil. No, the evilest ones, pretty much, that I found. About as evil as it gets, human beings. Now, the demons in hell are not as evil, not anymore. Imagine being in hell for that long. You'd have figured it out. How powerful God was. Fuck, or even just getting the 3rd division. This fucking place. Huh. We're in the waters right now, guys. The waters of time. It flows wherever we are. And if you felt the world like me, you'd really know it. I'm underwater all the time, trying to explain to people, like in the hospital, like, what do you feel like? Does your brain feel? I kind of feel like I'm underwater all the time. Like I know I've been poisoned, but it started before that, so just wondering, because now it's just annoying. Like my life, like a video game for like 6 months now. Now I'm stuck on this level. Before this, it was really fucking cool and fun. Except for I lost one of the main characters, and I have to get him back, but I have to do like all this extra shit now. That really sucks. Because I wouldn't have just gotten in a fight with my dad maybe that day. If he wasn't just drinking that fucking day, I might have saved George's life. Honestly. Can I blame myself? Yeah. Because I made like a huge instance fire in there, and George was in there a few times when he shouldn't have been. I usually kicked him out, but not always. Just clearing it out because of the mold, mostly. Which is worse than the smoke, honestly. But we have black mold in all of our houses. I think, pretty much. Not completely. I know I do a little bit, but not in this house. I did out there a little bit. It's more exposed, I think. It's not as bad as you think it is. He just got sick, I think. His breathing was fine, pretty much. He had a bad heart, mostly. Big cats tend to. When they're the biggest of their species. Humans, too. That's actually a thing. But if you love a lot, and you get loved a lot, it lasts a lot longer. So typically, a small man dies before a big man does. The way humans work. But I'd still kick your fucking ass. Right when you're just always in shape and you fucking know it. Like that guy's bigger than you. But you're just strong and you're always in shape and you're fucking fast. And you got paws like this and you just know it. No, your family figures it out occasionally. Your friends too, when they want to push it and you know it. Like you look at your motherfucking friend that you've known since you're like for 20 years. And you're just like, man, I know you kind of think you kick my ass, but you like question it sometimes. Well, that would hurt, right? You know it. It's like I could just knock him out. But he'd hit me with those fucking paws he showed me before then. And you know it. No, I even showed them my new paws. I'm like, my hands click so fast, it's creepy. It's like, oh yeah, huh? No, it's like arthritis, but I fixed it. It clicks together. It's like, all right, got it set. And you're like, okay, move it back a little bit. Break it in. So you can hold it for a fight. It helps to knock on wood. You know what I mean? That's where that came from, I think. For fighters who want to cut people up with their paws. Look at that shit. You know what I mean yet? Yeah. Sorry. My guys have responses too. They're like, because they're showing, they're like, yeah, he's doing a good job, and there's more in the background. It's like a laugh track. And I respond to people. I can see through the camera. It's hyper intuitive thing. Can you imagine that live? I'll really get into it. Cigar paw. Almost not though. Cigar paw is much tighter. See, I have to almost break that in completely. Which I don't want to do yet. My cat's paw. I'm hoping that if I do it well enough, it'll shape shift into my cat's paw. And then I'll know the paw is for real when he wants to cut my lip. Not really though. He could fuck me up, and I'd let him. No, even if he got like a lot bigger one day, I'd still let him take me out. Pretty much. I'm like, he wouldn't kill me, but he could put his teeth on me still. That's all he ever does when he's mad. He's like, I'm going to put my teeth on you. And then I know you know. And like, I let him do it because it's a trust thing. You know, like I can rough him up occasionally, right? If I need to. And he doesn't appreciate it. And I did the other day because he was being a butthead. I didn't mean to, you know what I mean? It's not like roughing him up. No, he's telling me what's going on because I'm training him. So I need to pick him up and say, hey, no, I'm training you, dude. Right? You got to be close to me. I have to be a little more physical than I usually would be with him. And because I'm emotional sometimes right now, I feel a little guilty about me pushing him against the table and him bumping his head mostly, which he's still recovering from. Because I've never done that to Garfield. Ever. And I used to have serious bipolar disorder. 1, not 2. Now it's almost schizoaffective, but I don't believe in schizophrenia. I believe in demonic possession and spiritual possession. And you make the mistake of giving your brain to a cat, guys. That's how it goes sometimes when you're just trying to train them to come back to life with all the knowledge they gained in the afterlife. That's a lot of what this is about. Cats have big old egos. So Garfield gets mad when he doesn't get to talk about himself more. Well, they've been fucking with Garfield so much that he has a hard time talking through me now. I still can mostly. Just not always directly. But I have other beings building a bridge between us now. So I always understand what he's thinking, even if I can't directly read his thoughts anymore, which really pisses me off as a dad. When for a while I could start to read my cat's thoughts directly, it was one of the coolest things that ever happened for a cat owner. You're like, yes, now I can train him the way I always wanted to. And then he starts disappearing for days, and you start getting fucked with big time. And you can read a lot of things. You start going crazy. Just like that. Just like that, and just like that. Boom, 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 and boom. George dies. Webb's closing in because it got magic powers, and straight up, and straight up. Magic powers first. Well, on 420, at 4:20 a.m., it did a fucking pagan ritual and was possessed by Dionysus. Turns out it's not evil at all. Jesus was too. Bacchus. Where do you think the name Yaakov came from? Yaksha. Yakus. Yakus. Ewa. Ewa. Yaakov. Yaakov. Ewa. Ewa. Eve. It's the chant they used to do. Ewa is way older than Yaakov. He suspected the first mother. The religion back then was much different than the religion later. They knew they were descended from the gods. Literally. They knew it. They were their ancestors. And they fucking knew it. And I fucking know it. You are descended from them. Whatever you want to call them. Many of you are descended from Jesus Christ as well, directly. And I know it. Who's ready for that? Who's really thought about that? You're like, maybe, maybe not, right? I know he did. And I know where they went to Britannia, mostly, fleeing the Roman Empire. Well, to the edges of it. America was founded by the British Empire. The largest empire that's ever existed. So you know people are fucking of English descent now? When that happened 1,500 years ago, and a lot of royal families knew it. When they were Christian at the fall of the Roman Empire, and you knew that legend, and you need to rally an army because the Saxons were invading during the Dark Ages. King Arthur. It wasn't a legend. You could trace the ancestry directly to the line of Bathsheba, Mary Magdalene's family. Come on, there's a Gospel of Mary. We left it out for a fucking reason, the patriarchy. Get over it, fucking men. I'm not a matriarchist. But I understand their argument sometimes. But it is true they can be kind of wishy-washy women. Sometimes in ways that are so pathetic, you can almost never forgive them. But men can do the same thing. You know what I mean? We can be little bitches sometimes too. But I'm fucking not anymore. No, I figured it out. I'm like, okay, I'm a fucking asshole. But I'm crazy. You can't sue me. Done nothing wrong legally, technically. I'm likely some sort of mutant. Because the modern world is kind of sick. I'm magical in a way that's technically pagan witchcraft. So you could technically burn me alive by some of the books. That someone can make a decent argument with in court. If it's like that and like that and like that too. And I'd almost be okay with that, but I have different, I had different options for execution. But let me complete my mission, because it says that in the books too. If that's what you want to label me as. But guess what? My ego wouldn't burn in fire. It'd just be home there. In darkness either, especially. Well, where I really go, like my body would be incinerated, right? And I'd be back in the primordial waters. Not in hell or heaven. Not me. I'd be back in the beginning. All over again. And I know it. But I'm like, if that happens, can I take George and Garfield with me at least? And maybe Precious, if she wants to come still, if to that place other than heaven. She might not. But George still would. And so would Garfield. But we're three men. I'm like, well, guys, the night's a woman. The water's too, kind of, and I fucking know it. Now, her firstborn son was a Leviathan. which we never conquered. Read your Norse mythology. Because if that's true, and that's true, and the hammer that they wore was actually a cross, and they knew it. But we conquered those pagans for a reason. No, he kind of wanted us to, but not really, not really. Jesus had to be like that because he knew the mission. It doesn't matter what the Christians believe right now or even why. If they abide in me, I will protect them. But it's a weird fucking world. You guys don't listen to God all the time. You think you do. You tried to and you tried to. You must listen to your elders. I don't listen to my fucking elders. I listen to spirits. And I try to sort the truth. No matter what direction it's coming from. No, I cast a really powerful spell that does that. But then they confuse me on it. No, they cast their own. Magical warfare. But now I literally can't lie anymore or I'll get uglier. And I don't want to be any uglier than this. Did you know every part of the story is true? I'm not schizophrenic like my brother. But you know that he was magically powerful too in weird fucking ways too? But he's possessed by really powerful demons because I'm a pagan. He was a demon worshiper. Okay, there's a fucking difference, all right? I'm a nature worshiper. I worship nature, right? I'm like, I got a crush on Mount Shasta. I'm like, the tree's alive. She's fucking beautiful. I can crush on her too. I'm listening to the birds. I'm like, look at you, beautiful. Look at the night and the stars. I'm like, I fucking love you. And they know it. They're not just paper cutouts. It's not that kind of fallen world, guys. It's not a fucking basement. No, it's a wild fucking world. It's fucking alive. Every corner in your house is alive, turns out. Because it's hyperdimensional. And it's hyper-conscious. And our minds are connected to it in ways we never understand. That's why I look at the blue sky. I'm like, that is the ceiling. And the sun is in front of it. Even though that's not really true. But I kind of know it is. In a way that you guys don't understand. That's what I mean by it when I say every word is real. Pretty much. At least when we're getting that primordial. Like the firmament of the heavens and the roots of the earth and the waters and I know it. I'm even telling the Greeks how I look up to quite a bit because a lot of Christians were converted, Greek pagans, Orthodox especially. So I'm just like, what do these guys believe and why did they convert to Christianity and what did they believe then? Was Gnosticism and why? Did not really feel like a conversion. They just like, okay, this guy's right, huh? Conversion's a modern thing, a thing that was made up after Christianity. Not really. But in that sense, almost. Before we started burning all the witches, guys, more people than just priests could do magic, and they knew it. That's why the Catholic Church is still very powerful, and the Orthodox churches as well. Hey, and a lot of Protestant churches as well. Because some of them literally do magic. Do you not do magic? I know you do. You run a church. In your own fucking way. You get the Holy Spirit. If you're literally beaming it to people, even if you're asking God to do it, that's called theurgy. That's what magic really is. It's much easier. Theurgy, that's the kind of magic I do. They think they're God. So they're like, oh, I'm doing this crazy magic ritual. Look at me over here. I'm showing off. I'm like, God, can you please help me kill these demons? I'm like, I'll dance with you. And if you just have, I don't know how to explain it. If you just know who you are and you're really wearing them on like that, like you find out which angel you really are. Or you're one of the 1,000 kids who finally wakes up and is like, hey, dad. And if you're really loud like me for some reason, they can hear you all the time. All the way up sometimes. What do you think those things are? Have we seen the sky sometimes? Like from other planets, some of them kind of, but like it's spiritual universe. It really fucking is. Everything breathes. The atoms are alive. The forms are alive. Now the forms of things are alive. So how does that work technically? It doesn't from your logic, but it does from mine. It breathes. So I'm arguing with your ghosts. Assuming someone sat there and listened. Listen to it. Now it is. For sure, huh? It was just sleeping. The lighter in my hand is alive, and I know it. It's asleep right now, kind of. When I shake it around, the fluid inside, which was an animal at one point, it's waking up a little bit. And then I flick it. Big old frog mouth. Or a salamander of some kind. And a little gin comes out. Smokeless fire. Orange and blue. Fuck no, I'm not gonna beat it, man. I'm getting out of here. Fuck you. Sue me. Told you I'm the fucking devil. I can be. Welcome to hell. Welcome to the primordial waters. My name's Taran Miller. It's the end of the cycle. We're creating a new universe. I found out who I am. Who are you? Who's the god of the earth? Who's the god of hell? Right? Who's in charge of hell? Lucifer. Who's the god of the earth? Satan, the trident wielder. The god of the underworld. The first man to die was Adam. See, not really, but in a way, the first man to go beneath. He still says, I am that I am, and I fucking know it too. And they're getting there. Hades and Zeus. First and second division. God and Lucifer. Satan's in the middle, god of the earth. Still immortal. The trident wielder. He's in the water mostly. In the darkness down there. In the deep. But he's in charge of this place. Deep of where? Well, down there. In the physical fucking world. Especially in the deep ocean. And in the depths of space, which it is symbolic for. This place was built. A lot of it. Even through the animals mostly, guys. What do you think the continental shelf was made out of? Corpses. Mostly. Of plants. Actually, a lot of it. Fungus. Bacteria. Viruses. You'd be fucking surprised. And animals. What are they made of? Minerals. And water. And electricity. Pretty much. $9.33. Fuck, he just keeps going. Am I wrong about any detail? Really? Maybe you question one or two? But you're like, okay. Almost makes sense. You're like, Satan is not actually Lucifer. Not in that sense, huh? Now, Satan's one of those powerful angels, huh? The god of the earth. In that sense, huh? That's what they said. You know what I mean? Ha ha ha. Now Hesiod understands the Bible completely. And so does Orpheus. He's done it for a long time. As I told you, early Christians knew Orpheus was a prophet too. But who do you think came first? In ancient Greek mythology, Zeus is the youngest. God is the youngest. It's the youngest is the most powerful. In my family, technically Garfield is. And that's the concern between me, George, and Garfield. My youngest human brother is going, what about me? What about me? Well, we'll see there. See, I don't know that kid that well. And right now you'd say no fucking way. So would I. But I kind of know better. You haven't met my youngest brother. No, it's not Tristan. Although you'd be fucking surprised. How powerful the brothers I have that already died are. Both of them. Actually, kind of all three of them, because how many times do you think Chris has died, actually? If you knew my brother Chris at all. Oh, yep. And now it's raining. I think, yep. Whatever that is. Water. I knew that was coming. I was at 9:36, guys. That's called magic. That's how I do it. Told you, number 23. The oldest soul in the universe. Because you never even seen like anyone else, like us before. You never have. You never have. Ever. In your life. Seen anybody like me before, have you? Really? No. And this guy's a fucking prick. And he said, God told me so. And he can't shut up about it. And he's not really crazy at all. He's actually technically a genius. He says, I won't take medication because I'm going through a trip right now. And I will figure it out, even if I have to destroy the world to do it. Because I have magic powers. Yep. It ended at 1-3 infinity. Or, sorry, 9-3 infinity. What's the difference? Carl Jung. That's what I meant by Jungian. But yeah, you can think of it that way too. And my dad, well, he picked this life. More ways than one. Trust me. Well, if he goes up there, does the right thing, goes to rehab, by then I just might be out of his house. No, I am working on it. Because I figured out the hard way.
that I don't fucking die. And I'm a medical fucking miracle. And I can prove that magic is real. I already have on camera. Not like big time, but kind of. Just synchronicity-wise a few times, right? Like a statistical anomaly amount of times, if that's really how his eyes work, and he's not counting at all. I said, do your biometric scanning, and yeah, exactly. And then the water thing, you can't do that, can you? Get the air to move that fast by just moving your hand. No, it's not that, is it? You're connecting to the water with your saliva and your beard somehow. How the fuck does that work, Taran? I don't know. Like, is there actually like copper in my beard? Maybe. It's probably just the color. Who fucking knows? I'm like, colors are more primordial than substances. And they're like, how? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I think it's all symbolic somehow. Like it was, like this whole universe was structured. And I kind of know it was. It's not a simulation. It was fucking built. Over time. It's God's perfect creation. It's supposed to be. We're not there yet. We're still within time. We'll never be there yet. It's infinite. You don't fucking die. You don't fucking die. You just wake up and you're still yourself. Sometimes forever. Reincarnate, not really. Become someone's guardian angel. And you get in line. And you stand behind them like, hey, check it out. Or you're somewhere in hell. Because you just weren't ready for that. Maybe you lose your ego completely. And you're just a puff of smoke now, pretty much. They can still bring you up and they remember you, but all you remember is them bring you up and saying, you're fucking evil. Go back to hell. I hate you. Go back to hell. No, you disgust me. Go back to hell. Guess what, guys? I didn't go to hell because I was evil. I went to hell as a catabasis. Yeah, to accelerate my, cleansing process as well. I'm still there, kind of. That's your journey to the underworld. In ancient mythology, every hero has to do it. Back in the day, that was common. In the biblical times that we talk about. And it wasn't just the Hebrews, guys. There was a lot of fucking people all over the world. Not only they knew God. Get over it. You tell me your ancestors weren't God's chosen people at one point? Just a bunch of crazy evil people. Didn't know shit about shit. No, I hate that shit. No, they knew what they were talking about. They weren't just babbling to demons. They weren't stupid. Look what they built. Then they just come from the sky and build a fort.
No, they didn't just come from the sky and build it for them. They built it themselves with help from above, in their minds mostly. But often not really. Not really. You could see them often. More often than now. And we're like excited to get more comments. Like, are they? Or they used to be like that a lot. I know it was the latter. Like when everyone says you're just fucking crazy, but you know you're fucking not. They say statistically, if everyone says you're fucking crazy, then you're fucking crazy. Maybe that's true. Often it's not. Occam's razor doesn't work in this world. It's a bad argument. It's not the simplest explanation. That almost never is the case. Ever. Ever is the case. In science especially. Okay. Fair. That's what I thought you'd say. Someone wants to beat my ass. Yep, I can feel it. My bad. Someone really broke my house and wants to kill me. I know it. You're a little carried away. I'm like, okay. Just trying to think about it. But I have a really loud voice now, and it's weird. I'm not yelling. I'm just talking in my kitchen. I'm getting carried away because I'm possessed by ghosts. You understand what this mountain can do to people if you're not ready? Is that what it's like? Someone did that and then blah, 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 so on and so forth. That's an interesting story. That's cool. Can we make it stop now? You're filthy rich, huh? How rich are you? Are the walls closing in on you? From all sides? Legally? More than just this, huh? If you're willing to do this, right, they're closing in all sides, huh? I just gotta wait for that. This story will come out. 949. Good night. Again. I'll try.
Yep, super religious radical. That's what I am. No, I'm not crazy. And it kind of worked. That's all it is. And no, I'm not here to start a cult. I'm a witch doctor technically, and I'm a shaman too, and I don't really know how this works, and I can't shut up because I don't have good breath work. So on and so forth. But technically, my potential is really, really, really high. Statistically. I mean, even if I'm evil, right? But I'm smart enough to like get that and that and that too. Be like, basically be where you want, almost. Even magically. I'll try. I'm not trying to make anyone mad. It's getting late again. And I'm not fucking loud. I know it. Just like it's hard. It's really fucking hard. I know only a holy man can smile through this. Like if I can protect them and they don't even know it. They get mad at me, but I can protect them and they don't know it. That's kind of cool. But I hate being a secret superhero. I want credit. You know what I mean? I could be the secret superhero thing. But that's a lame movie. When you're trying to change the world, you're like, I'm a different fucking species. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about Peter Parker, just logically. You know what I mean? He's like, well, I'm a different fucking species now. I want to make some money. Superheroes. No, man. Well, see, you're an alien from Krypton. And you're a totally different species and you crash landed. And you know it. Now you know it. And what do? Keep it a secret. It's like, well, to protect my family, the best thing to do would be to let everybody know. Build a fortress around them. Literally. Not just leave my farm in Kansas. I have to fly there occasionally from Metropolis just to save them. Like all the fucking time, just to see him. It's like, yeah, save your life again. Yeah, hey, mom, pop. You know what I mean? And I fucking know it. No, I know it. I could totally do that stuff. Like Daredevil, almost. If I train like he did. Straight up, almost. I'm not scared of anything. Not really. I mean, a little bit. I don't want to break my leg. I could heal fast, but you know what I mean? Like a week. I can't walk anymore. Statistically, yeah, probably. You know what I can punch, dude? My hand's fine again. Pretty much. So just assume I'm not crazy and that I don't lie. Then test all my claims. Who has the money to do that? It's an investment. And we'd make millions. Millions of dollars. I just need a down payment. I'm really like, $10 each, but $100 really gets started. I'm just kidding, guys. I know it's hard. I'm not actually asking for your money at all. No, not at all. I'll be fine. No, I'll really be fine. That was funny because that's what these people care about typically. You know what I mean? I'm like, what do you have to help me survive? But I don't need it now. I basically got everything I need. Yep, power's still on. For now. Runs out. I'll figure it out. And I'll figure it out. And I'll figure it out too. Better get printing again. Hopefully I don't run out of printer ink. I got enough paper, I think. Oh, where'd it go?
They really don't want me to print out those orphichems because they know they're powerful. Made me the mad god. Dionysus is. This is why. He's like, I am. And I know that I fucking am. Now listen, I can heal you. I'm just not very good at it. Healing I am, actually. It's just not instant. Sometimes it really is. In ways you would not believe. Not yet. But you will one day. I guarantee it. Because you'll never die. Really. Just wake up again, and again, and again, and again. Pretty much again. That's all it is. And I know it. Now, I'm really young, but I learned it the fucking hard way. I promised everybody for a long time. And I didn't even have to do it. Nope, some asshole got it done for me. All right, 10 o'clock. Get it off. Try to. Turn something on. Frequency. Why do you keep being turned off? What's that? Hackers again. Told you, magical warfare. Really going through it. You know what my hacker is? Google proprietary technology, so I hack back. Chromebooks ain't bad. Mac, what do you got? Huh? No, I like Apple products quite a bit. Quite a bit. They should team up. See, I already noticed for these Google guys, the name Google will stick around forever. And they know it. Probably Apple too, though. If we're right fucking there. Like, I already know Facebook will. So will Microsoft. Basically. Huh. On the tipping point. Who really cares how? If it's like that and like that and like that too. Hackers still. 888. That's a good one.
Karen it is. For everyone else, it might drive you a little nuts. Unless you want a lot of money. I don't do it for money. Everyone else does, seemingly. So you can be crazy one. Play with 777. Good luck. And then like a solfeggio underneath. Just a diagnosis for your depression. Frequencies, pure tones, play them underneath whatever you're listening to. Everyone I know is more depressed than me. Even if I'm going through it. Thank God. No, I'm not. No, I feel really guilty. I just can't stop. Literally. I'm possessed. I'm not a psycho. No, I have no self-control anymore, almost at all. But I have it just enough to not do something totally fucking crazy. Because I have a lot of forethought. That much forethought. Like, how do I get through this and justify it in the afterlife? Pretty much. Turns out I can. Well. Oh, you hacked the whole website, huh? Good for you guys. They did something cool for once. Something I showed them how to do on accident. Take out a website system. I just took out a dad system. Why did you take out the sound? Oh, that's my fault. The volume's down, that's all.
This terrible birth of spirituality that people brought up with them into the spiritual world has awakened in a large number of children who have been born since 1914 or will be born.
Is that admission court? Yeah. Are you curious as to how I did that? I don't know. I just did it with magic. I was trying to show Sinalski. What pure tones could do.